I've suggested still come. I will get 10. Obviously, yeah.
What's the number on the end of the pass?
Oh, sorry, the number 339 exclamation.
339. That'd be the only reason. Yeah.
It's a PDR coming.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
I think it's 10 o'clock, everybody, so could we make a start? Obviously, as usual, this meeting will be recorded to let you know. So we are ready to start. If you want to start the recording, thank you. Could you make sure that all your phones and any of the device that beeps is turned to silent or whatever where you put it, please, and that includes people online. And could those in attendance virtually please make sure that your microphones are muted if you've not already done that. And a small reminder that for those of you in the front, we've not managed to do it virtually yet. The flu vaccinations will be available at lunchtime, and we're hoping that as many of you as possible will take advantage of that. Steve, are you actually doing the jabbing yourself?
Yes, I am. Hence, I said that without moving my. That's why my nursing explains, so I am very below the elbow.
Thank you, Steve.
Post-targeting.
Just before we start, could I just acknowledge that this will be Lee's last meeting? Obviously, she's been with us 2 years as an ex-director, and we're good having you. Hope you've enjoyed it. But I can't count. But she's been on the next director program with us for the last 2 years, and she really has done a wonderful job. So we are going to miss her and hope that the NHS will include it in the form of that. There's also somebody called Izaz last week. Sat down there. So he's got the most of the agenda today by the way. But honestly, it's as you leave the legacy of the teaching, real leadership, and we really do thank you for that. You're the first recipient of the Chairs Award under me, and we want it back now.
Not as a bitter or anything.
Thank you. And but thank you for all you've done, and indeed for the work you're currently doing to hand over to Simon in the September. Jill will have also before this side of Christmas, but the very, very best of luck in Manchester. Right, if you find out what Mr. Burnham's doing, can you let him?
Yeah.
If you get the chance, can you tell the cat? We'll miss you, Izaz. Welcome to your last meeting. Oh, you're not leaving us for a bit, are you?
Not the week and a bit.
Yeah.
Just a week and a bit. So
2 weeks. That's not a week and a bit. 2 weeks.
But I just remind all of you that are in the room that this is a meeting in public. It is not a public meeting. We're really very pleased that you're with us today. Please stay for as long or as little as you wish. We will record my video vlog at the end of the meeting, and for the key matters, and well, the minutes obviously will be published, and at the subsequent meeting, which will be November, I think, so it's the next meeting. Feedback on the meeting or questions, always very welcome. Feedback to Toby or myself if you'd like to. If you do wish to ask a question, you can please contact Phil before midday for the agenda item towards the end of the meeting, which is public questions. And we will take those, say at the end of the agenda as normal. That should be about 3:30 to 4:45. But if you've got questions, if you'd like to get those to Phil, say before the meeting, before lunchtime, that would be really helpful. You'll notice that some items today are listed as with asterisks. Those items will purely be taken as questions, and then the items the report author will sum up and answer those questions at the end. We're trying to be as efficient with our time as we can. And I won't take any further comment unless the chief executive wishes to add anything at that point. That's the whole of the announcements for today. I feel like we need to extend it. And but I will go to apologies for absence, and we have apologies from Rachel Blair, Pauline Vickers, and Dr. Richard Paul. Don't think I have any more, have I? Everyone else is here. We are quorate. And first of all, could I ask you to receive and note the register of interest circulated with the papers? Can you do that? Yeah, thank you. And with no more ado, we move to patient stories. We've got people with us this morning, and she's our specialist services manager for the assertive outreach team, early intervention and psychosis team, health and wellbeing. Is there anything you don't?
I did have TRS, but due to pension, I'm just interim service manager, helping self at HVRU, which is why I have got to dash like straight after this. But it's taking a lot of time up.
We're going to hand over to you now.
Yeah, thank you. So unfortunately, the patient who's you've all had the A4 I did, yeah.
Yeah.
So the patient unfortunately didn't want to come today, quite anxious, and didn't want to be videoed. He has shared his views, which I have attached on the A4. I think what's really come across for me, which is really important, is I've worked with this patient in the early intervention team. So he came to us while I was a care coordinator there. And he had the 3 years with the team and he did really well. He had all the interventions. On reflection, I think what he's recognised and what we recognise is he was living at home with mum and there was a lot of interdependency. And so he's always been reluctant to take medication. And I think what's really helped him, and this is what he has shared with us, is that by moving into Burns Court, having the South Yorkshire Housing staff around to help him with, budgeting, finances, benefits, but having the AOT staff there to really help him develop his living skills and sort of from a trauma-informed way, be able to sort of get a better relationship with mum so it's not as dependent, and he's just really thriving. And to have seen him maybe 7 years ago, it's just remarkable. I think that the staff are really loving working with the patients who they've got there. So the majority were, majority had already come under the AOT team, but on the community rehab pathway, which is very new still for the team, that's going really well. So there's 20 patients who are there purely community rehab. So I think there's 6 who are under the assertive outreach team rehab, and they're all doing really well. We did have a few, and unfortunately, things happen. They've become unwell at the point of admission, and then they've been back on an acute ward. So those have fell through, but actually hot off the press today, we should have 10. So we've got 7, and again, this is really, I'm really passionate about it because it's from early intervention team, which is my sort of real love. They've placed or are about to place 3 of the early intervention team patients into Burns Court. One's already moved in, one's been assessed, and there was a bit of a debate because she didn't know if she wanted to leave the cat or not, but decided that the cat can be looked after elsewhere while she gets this really intensive community, rehab program with accommodation, and then someone's being assessed today. And what's really innovative about that, I think, is that the assertive outreach team and the early intervention team work so well together. And it's funny because it's like both spectrums. Your assertive outreach team tends to be your really chronic patient, and your early intervention are your first episode. So usually, the ethos is get in there quick, give all this support, and people won't need that last bit of service. But for these 3 patients in particular, housing and again, sort of complicated relationships with family is what was keeping them a little bit stuck. So they're going to continue under the early intervention team model and have the sort of 3 to 4 years of intensive support, but they're going to get the accommodation in Burns Court and still the OT input for the rehab. So sort of early intervention is sort of giving AOT a few hours to do different things and just kind of sharing the resource to make this work. So that's really, really exciting. Another lady was going to come with me today, but she's actually over doing the induction for the HDU with Sasha. She was already in Burns Court pre it being taken over by AOT. I don't know if I'm making sense. But she then did stay in Burns Court, and she had some of the OT rehab input, and she's been discharged, and she's gone to share her story today with the new staff on the HDU because she has been at a point where she's needed locked rehab. So she's again, I mean, she was in the EIT as well, way before my time. But she's been through all the services and actually she's doing amazing. And it's truly remarkable because this is a really chaotic lady previously, you know, and she'll admit that herself. But the support she's got from, you know, the South Yorkshire housing staff and AOT has just been remarkable. And like, yeah, she'll be shouting at the rooftops today. So that's really exciting. I don't know if anyone's got questions, and I've got 10 minutes, so I've been babbling away. Yes. Oh, sure.
So, thanks Nick for doing that, and your passion comes right through on that. And it's clear that there's big success for those people that you've mentioned. I guess there's an element of what was the big change recently that's made that happen? And is the scope, you know, if you're going to build those for, is the scope and demand to kind of replicate that somewhere else, or?
Yeah, so in Rotherham, South Yorkshire Housing had 2 buildings, 2 10-bedded, but they're independent flats, and they were for anyone who had a complex mental health issue. So it wasn't necessarily sort of a rehab program, or it wasn't just for someone with a psychotic disorder. It encompassed all different mental health illnesses, and it wasn't just mental health who could refer in, it was local authority, and it was really successful, and both units were constantly full. It was like gold dust. If a bed became available, literally community teams were scrapping to get someone in there because it was so effective. It was stability, security, giving people the chance to, you know, have that bit of rehab, but looking at getting them back into work, back into education. So when South Yorkshire Housing sort of said that we couldn't fund it anymore, it was devastating. I mean, you know, having to tell 20 clients that they've got to move on when a lot weren't ready. And unfortunately, a lot have had to leave because we couldn't take all of them into this new project because it is very much rehab AOT based community. But again, all the community teams in Rotherham did a wonderful job at supporting the patients. So I think the trust just saw an opportunity with the new community rehab working well under AOT after the closure of Goldcrest, and it was just a bit of a no-brainer, I think. And so we got asked to get involved, and from the minute the idea was planted, I know myself and Julie was the care director at the time, we were like, right, we've got to do whatever we can to make this work. I think going forward, absolutely, because people are going to have up to 2 years stay. So it's been a frantic rush to get people in because of boys, dreaded boy word, etc. But we think we're there now. We've had to do it safely. And like I say, I mean, there's been patients that have been due to move in and become really unwell. But I think as the awareness spreads, we'll have a waiting list without a doubt. Because I think community teams are now seeing that they could step up to those that are really complicated. I do think initially the idea was that to be a step down to reduce delayed discharges, but we just couldn't make that work under this model. But whether that is an option at some point, it would, I don't know. I mean, I know that that was suggested, but it would have been really, really tricky to make that work right now. But it is, you know, so far no one's been kicked out for doing anything they shouldn't do. They've had a warning maybe, but they've hit on the chin. But it's down to the staff, without a doubt, the passion of the staff in AOT and the South Yorkshire housing staff as well, that it's a success. And obviously the patients are there, they want to be there, they want to move on, they want to be independent. So it's just, yeah, it's hard.
Thank you. Right, I've got Toby, Dermot, Joe, Jude, and we'll follow it. And then Toby.
I'm pushing my own story, and his mum's doing all right without him there as well.
Oh, she is.
Good, well, that's good to hear. This is probably 23, isn't it? So this is really exciting when the Still Central passion comes across. I guess my plea, rather than my question, though, is that we do a meaningful evaluation. But I'm keen that the second part, what I want to say is also heard. Big projects like this, the minute we start evaluating, people think, well, it must be because we're going to shut them. I think we need to evaluate this with an absolute anticipation that it is working, and the evaluation is how do we make it work even better, how do we grow it, how do we sustain it? Does that make sense? So I just want that to be heard that way, rather than, oh well, because I think the trustees do quite a bit of this stuff. I think some of it stopped, and that is a history nationally as well. So I think we just need to be in it for the long term, I guess is what I want to get across, given what you're saying about how it's working.
I think that's definitely something that we've thought about since day one, and I can never say Mike's second name, but from research. Yeah, so he's been supporting us, but because a lot of it is on the proms and from, we've got to wait a little bit to get that. But even just the fact that people have been there and still there from April.
Good.
It is really good, you know, because a lot of the patients have been, you know, homeless, moving lots of different places. So this is testament in itself. But yeah, I get that.
Just to comment, the new director probably helped you, whether it's very interested in the project, so we'll pick up that connection.
Yeah, thank you, Toby. Dermot.
Thanks for the presentation. Really kind of, because I've heard about this obviously in kind of previous roles, and so nice to kind of hear the feedback about it. Do you have any kind of reflections? I mean, obviously, I think, you know, there's a point of being well made about properly evaluating this, but just in terms of kind of, you know, verbal feedback and kind of about the acceptability of this, like versus kind of like previous offers like Goldcrest, because there's obviously a big difference between being an inpatient on a ward and how acceptable that, you know, getting it someone to sign up to kind of being on a ward, you know, versus, you know, being in a project, you know, for a couple of years.
I mean, all I can say is anyone who's been broached has been up for it, knowing that it's not, you know, a hospital stay, that they can come and go, that it's much more independent. You know, we're able to sort of start depots and clozapine while they're there in the home. So, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer, but the patients themselves, they've been really keen to move, and some of these have been on Goldcrest and it's not worked, and touch wood, it's working now. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I think that's really helpful to hear.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just your point, Bill, about can we replicate it? So, you know, we had to work quite hard with South Yorkshire Housing to get them to agree to let us keep Burns Court, because they wanted to sort of open it up to everyone and not have it without mental health. So we worked together with them, their project team, and put the real strong business case in with AOT support, and we had to put some funding in. But the quid pro quo of the cost about their replacements, and more importantly, patients coming back to Rotherham being in their local community is a no-brainer. So we are looking at seeing if we can do something similar in Doncaster with bungalows up at Jade and Benford Night, possibly with St Ledger Housing, possibly with South Yorkshire. And conversations are starting, which Julie is having as well, in North Lincolnshire with Ongo, the housing provider there, to see if we can do it. So they are taking on a tenancy and paying their housing benefit towards it. So we need that housing provider to do that bit of it. But you know, the clinical support for this has been fantastic with Nick and Sasha, and it's really lovely to be growing the story.
Oh, yeah.
It really is. Thanks, Joe. That sounds really positive. Actually, thank you. June, possible.
I guess.
No.
We do know what we're doing. Yeah, we do know.
Yes, so it's really hard to work in the space that you're working and battle against the bad perceptions. And nationally, there's a lot of that which get about the kids now. It's almost like people are labelled the burden. You don't get well in the time, but the support. And all of us push against that because we know that that is true for a lot. Actually, some people that it takes a lot more, and we have responsibility of the nation because of that. Well, I feel it's really important, but it's hard. Still going around and around services.
I'm just really lucky to work with AOT, EIT, perinatal, who they all are so recovery focused, and it's just not difficult. I don't think. I think we do need to support the community teams to look at, you know, not having patients just who are sat there, because we've got this opportunity. Even if they don't go into Burn Sport, we've got the rehab places for the community rehab to step up and have that really intensive support. Sasha and Lindsay are going around shouting from the rooftops and all sorts, trying to sort of promote step up, even if, you know, they're not the typical AOT patients, they're patients who are maybe stuck for whatever reason. So they are doing a lot of work to try and, you know, keep the 20 rehab, and they've probably got more than that anyway, because they work really effectively. And what's really exciting now is that we brought people back from out of area, so they're closer to their networks, and now with the HDRU, we're going to be bringing back the more complex patients who couldn't be managed in the community, even though there's not full wraparound support. But plan to get them stepped down then into Burn. It's, you know, and there's a lot of cross cover with staffing, so it's really exciting that, you know, people who may have ended up just being left out of area in Lock Rehab are going to have the opportunity to come back to Rotherham, be in the HDU for as little time as possible, but maximum a year, and then if need be step down and then get housed. So yeah, it's exciting time.
Thank you. Brilliantly positive words to start the meeting. Thank you. Thanks ever so much, Rachel.
If you can get through the door.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
We'll look to the minutes of the last meeting, but that will be really positive. So if we could take the minutes of the meeting of the 24th of July. Can I first of all ask you to agree that they're a correct record, and that's the, Sarah.
Couple of things. On patient story last time, minute 2507 paragraph 5, my name has been kept in by mistake. So that needs to be managed. It says Sarah.
Yes, yeah, that's not you, is it, Sarah? No,
There'll be a couple of posting things. But
Yes.
that needs to,
yeah, that needs to come out.
And then I just wanted to provide a bit of context for the care delivery plan discussion that we had from my comments. So that's 250720, where we were talking about how we prepare for people, more people in our organisation have got care responsibilities. And I think my comment really was around the fact that whilst we might have a low number of known individuals at the moment, with an ageing population, that is going to grow.
Yes.
So I think it was the ageing population thing that's constant conflict with my comments. So I just wanted to add in just so that, you know, it's in the minutes that want to know that. And that's its context.
Thank you, Sarah.
And I go on, that's okay. I just want to be fair, to keep to Steve, because my recollection 250733 is that both Steve and have provided a lot of detail on the dietary and nutritional questions that have been raised at the AMN. I'm sure we may ask them for a further update, but the way it's written, it implies we didn't know the answer, but actually I walked away from the conversation, I even said I felt really assured by the details. So if we could just add a sentence that conveys that, if that's okay. Thank you.
It's the,
Just the observation that it's 20 pages long, which is a record, I think, of my 6 years being on it. So if we want to capture everything, we these days have a digital record in which we are archiving, and I just urge grants.
we've had a discussion this week actually about minutes and including the fact that we need to capture in the minutes where there are challenges and perhaps disagreements around the board table. But if we're going to do that, I think it's right what we do. Then we need to make space to do that because we don't want something that's 25 pages long. Do it. So thank you for that comment. With those amendments,
Go for it.
feel free. Can we agree that the minutes are received? Yeah, thank you. So are there any matters arising out of those minutes that are not on the action order on today's agenda? Is there anyone who wishes to raise? No, thank you, in which case we will go to the action log. Phil, please.
Okay, so again, we've worked through and we're proposing to close the majority of the actions that are outstanding there with the updates that are provided. Some link to papers today, some link to the text that's recorded. So I guess firstly, has everybody got a query with anything that we're proposing to close or we have to accept them? Lee?
Just a query on the disengagement brief. Given that the policy was only agreed a week or so ago, has the work group seems to embed that been happening concurrently with policy development? Or do we need to give it a bit more time to make sure that we're satisfied that that's in place? I guess I just want to be clear that we're not saying policy there every time.
Sure, and I think paper, it's in my name, so I should know, shouldn't I? The CMHT paper, which is B26, addresses how we're going to monitor the policy and its implementation going forward. So I think, provided we capture that, I think the concern that it would drop off the agenda is gone. On your specific question, lots of people have been engaged in developing the policy. My colleague and I, it would be wrong though to convey the impression everybody out there knows what's in it. That's the work between now and Christmas.
Thank you. Any further comments? Yes, Marie.
Can I just raise about the disengagement policy, thanks, raise a possibility that that might not be great language from patient perspective, patients that feel to engage for whatever reason, they've lost, you know, physiologically, and it's part of the condition, and I just wonder, I don't have a solution.
So it's called the engagement and disengagement policy that we've got. That's what it's called. If there's a better idea, there's still time to influence that.
And we've got to be thinking about it since I saw the paper.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's framed, it's actually framed positively.
Yeah.
It's framed as the engagement policy. I think it's almost referred to as disengagement in some circles because that's what people are used to. And I think you make a good point about how we move on from that, because the specific conclusion of the Prevention of Further Deaths report was that we needed to turn it around.
Yeah.
Maria. So I think you make a really good point, and I think going forward, we may find different language.
And I've not just language in my groups, that is a solution on
And
language.
well, I mean, I've deferred to Dermot, but I think we're looking just about every policy of this kind anywhere in the country.
But most are framed kind of engagement, disengagement now. That's kind of the most consistent language that I see. Some kind of reference kind of, was not brought, did not attend, and then disengagements kind of a subsection within that. Those kind of tend to be kind of broad categories. I mean, for brevity, we've shortened the name there because I think at CLA we actually agreed an even longer name to make it kind of clear that this is the policy that applies to mental health patients. Because obviously we've got a fair number of physical health services, and this policy doesn't apply to them. There's going to be a separate policy, very much influenced by the one that we've produced for our mental health patients. But obviously there's going to be some nuances to take out the physical health services.
One more thing though, obviously all our policies now, and we're testing this now with PFG, go through a patient lens. This one I think hasn't finished its patient lens. So let's see if there's an opportunity in that process to reflect on that.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks. Everyone else content on the action list? And you are content with the ones that you've put? Those actions that are so important. Yeah. Thank you. Could I just draw your attention to the fact that we need to confirm the decision about the appointment of a new director of the Flourish. It was in my box during the last board meeting.
It's chair's action, so it's confirmed.
Yes, yeah. It's the confirmation of my action. Can we do that? You're happy with that? And then can we equally agree the minor but important changes to an appendix of the PSERV policy, which was approved by the board previously, which is in Steve's name. There are minor amendments which need the board to approve this afternoon. That's all.
Yeah, I think the words, the way they've changed those things.
Yeah, thank you. Can we agree with those?
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. That concludes the items relating to the minutes, and we will move to the reports from the board assurance committees. We've taken all as read, please, and take questions once chairs have highlighted anything within those reports that need board attention. If we could keep it neat. We've got lots of people presenting different things today because of the apologies. So I'm starting with Sarah, who's doing FDE. That's right, isn't it, Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously there's no massive concern or key risk to the board this time. We have a dynamic external environment, so things are changing rapidly in terms of finances, and we'll see about that later in the committee papers. But in terms of what we saw last time, at month 3, deficit position was 716k, which is 24,000 better than plan. And with trust remaining ahead of plan at month 4, with a favourable variance of 111k, but things were neutral. That's where we have the record at that time. I just want to highlight the fact that we have received £1 million worth of additional funding secured from the ICB support out of our replacements that we did have discussion about. That probably isn't going to be enough. We're aware of that, but we still wanted to acknowledge the positive fact that we've received that, or we've been receiving that money. In terms of the digital enabling plan, you'll see that the work is on track in respect of the development and the business as usual side of things. But it is a challenging environment in respect to reporting governance and financial pressures, as the board committee is very much aware of that. We're being proactive in terms of artificial intelligence, including a pilot programme developed in a clinical setting for ambient voice technology. So I think that's really promising, that's going forward. And just quickly, in terms of the positive highlights, the trust had the lowest cyber security risk score in the region and a high benchmarking score for Microsoft Defender endpoint. And also to say that the trust is paying 90% of its suppliers within 30 days, which is in line with the better payment practice code standard. I think that's really important in that we want to be working with local businesses, and prompt payment is really important. So I think that's the benefit actually.
I think the 95% figure, I think we were down to about 82, I think, about 18 months ago. So the root conserve set up and our board managers and the directors really to make sure we're turning on those invoices. So yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Richard.
Just for the purpose of the minutes, just to add one word, so I think it's an additional £1 to be appropriate out of area. I know it's semantics, but it's inappropriate and appropriate,
Yeah.
so I think it's important to distinguish that.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions?
Just go well done on cyber with the background. So, I'll do that. So well done, because shout out in that as well, and well done for getting the payments down, getting the circulation cash out.
Good. Thank you. Thank you both. We'll receive the report from FDA. Thank you. Can I move to pod, which Dave is doing, people and organisational development?
Yeah, thank you. So on behalf of Rachel, just a couple of points to pick out. So I think on the first one, the nursing and midwifery profile review, just raise that one for a couple of points. It does pose potential financial risk, modest, but it does pose some inherent risk as well as a disruption down. The purpose of putting it on was really, I guess what we heard was the effort and energy that it's going to take from line managers and staff as we go through that process. So it's just one of those things that, I guess we talk about promises of the big strategic goal. There is other stuff that will consume time and energy as we go through. I think there are, it is trailed within Toby's report as well as we go through the day. Workforce race equality standard and workforce disability equality standard. There were ongoing issues with bullying, harassment, a decrease in staff engagements across the disabled colleagues, and an increase in reporting of racist incidents, which isn't new news, but it's a continued story that the board should be cited on and aware of. Two other quick points. I think on people and teams plan, I think Carleen have done a great job in synthesising it down to have a 10-point plan, which we will then tracking and doing. And I do think, Carleen, that's something that maybe all the board colleagues should have sight of the top 10 things, because I think it just gives us a good area of focus. And then just a final point, it's really hard to always spend your apprenticeship levy, really hard. Congratulations, because we will do that. And again, that's referenced in Toby's CEO report later.
Just, you know, made two consider. One is we haven't agreed to band 4 tonight yet. So haven't received financial appraisal. I've made it clear to the trade unions, I made it clear in the last board meeting that it is not agreed yet to progress it until we've seen that evaluation, which I think is it, isn't it? So just to mark that, I'm going to take away from the point there. The second one is, I think on a future occasion, we need to about where we're talking about violence and aggression. Because, and I know obviously with your role, I mean, it's smashing to have an internal audit report that's so positive. I must confess to myself that came as a surprise. And there's a slight dissonance between that result, perhaps, and some of the staff's experience. I appreciate the audit report is about our response rather than their experience. But we will look to create a space to Steve and Sarah to just have a think about that, so that to your point, that feels like an issue we ought to be very sighted on what we're doing. Absolutely.
It's just on the WDF, and I think that we absolutely are working hard on the race and racism, absolutely right to do so. So I feel we're not clear about what we're going to do to try and tackle some of the feedback in the staff survey around bullying, harassment and engagement for people who are reporting that they've got disability through the staff survey, which we know is significantly less than those who've declared it on the SR. So I'm happy for the board network to support that, but it doesn't feel as strong, and I'd like to perhaps see if we can do a bit more work on both understanding that and promoting it.
So what we said we would do at the last Trust People Council is to work it through at the next Trust People Council, which by my reckoning gives us just over a month to have addressed, at least in the kind of final hypothesis stage, what you're raising, with which I would agree.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. So that's probably the work you and I and Carly and one or two others have got some work to do. I think particularly we said we do it with line managers.
Yeah.
Because we've got our view of what will help. But actually, it's line managers who need to tell us what will help and what their dilemmas are.
Yes, Karen.
I think what was very helpful, Joe, and understanding was the current chair of the door network
was at TPC and raised some of the feedback from during that work with the wider issues. And we've heard a different voice from some of the managers with some of the challenges, and that then moved into reasonable adjustments. And although we're exceeding the current reasonable adjustments budget, it wasn't the case. It was a presentation of the working factor of office environment, but then a different lens from managers in relation to sickness. And take as reference in a meeting previously, where one colleague shared where a manager had allegedly said, "We'll just go off sick."
Yes.
So we have some work to do to unpick some of those challenges.
Thank you. We'll look forward to that. We'll be taking forward over the next month. See what happens to Trust People Council trying to choose acronyms people understand. Trust People Council at its next meeting. Thank you. Can we agree to receive the report from people in the yeah. Quality Committee, Dave, you're back on.
So I was Rachel, I'm now Richard, for this one. Quite a long discussion we had about that first item about leadership and risks. And it was a really good and thorough review of the risks, following assessments of what we were doing to close it. So, thanks to Stephen for doing that. And it's interesting, so we have David Vickers, Governor, who was on the committee with Maria, and both posed different questions, which were ably responded to by Bill and Steve, but not to the satisfaction that we could all get to an agreed point. And I think what was helpful was Richard's intervention and saying, well, you've got to keep the committee focused on what it should be being focused on. And actually they are good concerns, good challenges, but perhaps should be targeted to a different area. So we will scoop up those questions and get it into the appropriate area that should consider. So I think it was a good example of a committee working well. Obviously, a chair flailing was supported by a colleague to get it to some point of resolution. But I think it keeps it on the right path and allows good challenge, robust challenge to come through, which I guess is what our job is. So to phrase that as I think it was a good learning to go through that, and hopefully, David's nodding, others are nodding, but it will work. And one of the issues that did come up was our learning in response to leadership incidents that we face. And Stephen, it's actually good maybe say a few words about that.
Yeah, so the board reflected on the incident that happened in 2022, where a patient in things and tragically alive. We worked with the family, and on the 16th of September, attended corridors and presented the learning that we had from certainly our leadership assessment, but also some of our environmental work. And as such, corridor was satisfied the previous corridor school that we get ready about not negating the trauma aspect of the family, but to support them.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
And just two things again, just to show that came up in discussion, but again, good to see in terms of following through. So we've got the ADHD neurodiversity weights that were raised and come up, and then we've got the IQVI discussion, I think, to come. Raising, we've got 132-day average length of stay against 32, but again, it was, I think, right to come back to that later on in the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just on some of these things that are appearing as risks and issues, and actually previous report, can we just be assured that those being picked up and looked at through risk and issue as well? I'm not just reflected in here,
I'm very happy to take any board member through how the operating model of the trust works. But the answer to your question is you can be sure.
I had to pick them.
No, but I suppose my concern in the question, to help the question, is if every board member can't explain the operating model, we need to spend some time on the operating my point is to understand where that flows. So if Carly can explain where that stuff gets picked up, that's not Carly's failing, and I'm not that's on us. We all need to understand where these things get picked up. So I think colleagues raised before in the movement to have operational committees on CLE as well as board committees. Yeah, we all need to understand how that model works. So, but if there are specifics you're concerned about, I'm very happy to tell you exactly where they're being picked up. I
think it's just these are raised as key points for
discussion relative to the boys. I just think it would just be helpful for an extra few words to just say that, you know, it's, I mean, I know it is in hand, but it's just to.
Okay, so
to
to
that
be
little
clear,
bit.
the IQPR is discussed in all of our deliverables. No, it's not discussed just in the board, Kathy. It's discussed in all of our deliverables and in C area, and it flows through the organisation. So I suppose if there's an assurance question, I'm wanting to understand what it is in terms of the flow of the IQPR.
I think it's a very simple thing. I think it's not, I think what's intended.
Yeah, absolutely. And if board members need a prompt as to how this works, then we can certainly make sure that people get one. It's important, things like well-led reviews and understand it. So if, just let Toby know if you need a prompt and we can get that out. Thank you. Can we agree to receive the report from the quality committee?
We can, no, for purposes of the minutes, that we're expecting the SJR backlog to be concluded by the end of November.
Yeah.
It's well bit flagging, it's high up on the list, which is worth knowing. I know that's slower than we said, but we're pretty confident about that.
Yeah.
You're nodding, okay.
Sarah, do we run committee?
So as you'll see from the report, we do have one matter that we want to make the board aware of, which is that Rotherham remains an outlier in terms of compliance with notable declines in consent treatment on commission and section 132 rights. And you'll see that Rotherham hasn't achieved over 79% compliance in the last 3 months in report to the Mental Health Act Committee. So that's something that we wanted to make you aware of, and then something that it's on Dermot's radar to look at. More generally, there were 316 detentions, of which 1 was unlawful. Consent treatment compliance varies across the trust. Although we were seeing 92% overall, across the geographies it's quite mixed, so we're keeping an eye on that. And consent to psychiatric medication has been fluctuating over the last few reports as well. So we are aware of that and we are keeping an eye on it. Section 132 rights in the community have been one of our focus areas, and whilst it started to show a sustained improvement, compliance were a bit mixed this time. And what we're still trying to understand is, are there situations where people have been trying to administer 132 rights, but for whatever reason the patient isn't in a position to be able to receive them. And we don't have that granularity at the moment, but I think if we have that, then we'll know what we're dealing with. It could be that people are attempting to just, and it's going through the record, just saying, so we do need to understand that, because I think it was disappointing because we have been making some progress in that area, and it's really important area to get the grant. But on a positive note, one of our other focus areas is section 136, suites. There have been no closures of suites this time. I think that's the first time we've had no closures, so we're really pleased to see that. And I know that's resulted in a lot of hard work, because they were being closed for all sorts of random but important reasons. And all 83 patients were assessed within 24 hours, so that's looking really good. And also just to say that North Lincolnshire has been performing consistently at 100% in respect of consent to treatment, consent to psychiatric medication, and consent to treatment both admission and 3 months. So I think that's an area
Comment and question, Josie. I think it's possible that the construct of a closure of section 136 and the overstay in section 136 has become transposed in the process of reporting. So I think the particular point was that in the month under review, we had no overstayers in section 136. So I may be mistaken, but my question was maybe to Dermot about seclusion. So there's a reference in there to the independent seclusion position. I think we've undertaken by this board to be roughly clear where we will go. So I suppose I wonder whether Dermot could help us out.
So it will need a slight adjustment to the policy on seclusion, but it has been a new process of how to conduct the independent reviews. Has been agreed with the doctors. So that will be implemented in the near future. In terms of its initial rollout, that will be something that we'd be doing during the working week. But in the longer term, that will be something that we'd be looking to roll out across 7-day working, so it'll come in phases. So initially, phase one would be doing independent reviews Monday to Friday, with then a kind of second phase where we look to introduce it 7 days a week. But the process of how those reviews conducted, that's been agreed.
Thank you.
And that was one of the biggest sticking points.
Yeah, thank you, then. Thank you, Sarah. Any more questions? If not, we can receive Sarah's report on the mental health act committee. Thank you. Back to Dave. You and his aspect, it's Dave and his aspect.
Yeah. Just a couple of points from this one. So in the 10-year plan, we've all heard about neighbourhood working, and something that is clearly in the trust DNA and the trust of what we're trying to do in strategy terms. We had a good discussion about it. There are 2 pilots that we've been successful on in Doncaster and Rotherham, so that was really positive. And the challenge in there, and I think it just says that the need for clarity of position. And I've read the pilots twice, and still don't really know what we're trying to do. So I think it is a good challenge in there to take it from buzzwords and inputs to real clarity of what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve for our patients here, which everybody kind of would recognise and support. So I think it was a good suggestion, and agree the committee would continue to focus on neighbourhood working, as well as our February total comes to the board in January with an update. I think we said you're looking with a slightly strange.
Yeah, no, I think that's right.
I think it was strange. Yeah.
It was definitely January, it's whether it was the board or the committee as well, so it can be that, yeah.
So good and exciting, and I think just a marshalling and a clarity. Great paper on homelessness, supported by an external review, a third party helped us to make sure that we're focused on the right things. And we talked about establishing a specialist homeless team. So again, a positive step forward based on good insight. And the third point, just to mention, the equity and inclusion policies, it does come up again later in the board, so a lot of these things are nicely linked. We're now in a position to track and monitor. We now need to make sure that we do stuff about it. I think there's a punchline on that one, which Joe and others can share. So yeah, I think good that we're in a better place to track it, and we now need to see some improvement.
Thank you, Dave. Any comments or questions? Thank you, Dave. And that will receive Dave's report. Thank you. And finally, Kathy, on the audit committee, please.
Yes, thank you. This is quite short and brief at this point, and there was discussion, there is midpoint about Ashford Library, work is going well on that, and quite novel. You know, there've been improvements sort of between delivery of this aspect, so that's quite good and it's going well, and including the training feedback. The ISA 260 report is the auditors, that's the auditors review. The object recommended is cumulative and to qualify that over multi-year, and in fact that's just a sort of big carryover exercise. It's not an alarm bell, so I just wanted to make that clear, and that is on the next agenda and so on for the meeting. Looking at patient monies reviews, and there's some follow-up work with regard to that. Internal audit progress is really good. Risk management framework is good, so very positive position in respect of those aspects. So there wasn't anything more significant to report. Thank you, Kathy.
You okay? Thank you for that, Kathy. Over time, very well.
As it seems as his last meeting, the 5 on which we haven't made progress, are they the ones we are intending to make progress on, or are they still saying 5 from 2 years ago that we'd agreed with the audit committee then we were never going to do anything?
No, so these are the ones that we would have programming for 25, 26.
So we're on, I think it's not those we should know.
No, those have been addressed and closed for 5 years now.
Kathy, your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I've been cogitating. It takes a while. Sorry. I'll pick up. I'm not in the Mental Health Act meeting. I'll pick up the conversation because I think Toby's point is there is the 136 statutory 24 hours, and then we've got our own internal 24-hour metrics. So I just need to understand, I think, whether you're talking about two different metrics or they're conflating.
And then there's whether the suite is physically closed.
Yeah.
I think sometimes they do end up getting fluid, Richard.
Yeah, so it might be just means so, just to note as an action, an offline conversation.
Okay.
Sorry, it took me a while to get there. Sorry.
So in the reports that are produced,
Yeah, we are going backwards.
sorry. In the reports, it is broken down, so it does kind of separate out kind of suite closures. In terms of the length of stay, it reports the physical amount of time that a patient has been in the suite. And that's a separate issue to whether or not they're on the 136. And so it could be that they've been assessed on the 136 within 4 hours, but then, you know, recommendations made for detention and on a section 2, so no longer on a 136, they're in a using the 136 suite as a bed. They
must have stayed in more than 24 hours according to our.
Yeah.
So let's just make sure we've got a table with all of the data items and we're all clear.
But to answer the question, it's how long they're physically in the suites, not necessarily kind of tracking how long the 136 kind of lasts for itself.
Can we agree to receive Kathy's report? Thank
Make
you.
sure you follow it all through, wouldn't you?
I'm going to separate you two. I'll just thank you, and thank you for those reports. That's the end of the item on reports from our Tier 2 committees. Thank you to everybody. We will go to the Chief Executive report, Toby.
Yeah, so just 3 or 4 things, and obviously a couple of formal things that are hinted at in the cover sheet, albeit because we have an extra annex, all of the annex numbering's got a bit wonky. But I'll clarify that and say, obviously, Nick Bonds has done a better job than I could have introducing the fact that Phoenix goes live this month. Gratitude to lots of people covered in my private report on commercial terms for that, which are a new way of thinking about things for the trust and a new way of thinking about things for mental health generally in terms of front process. So I think it's got some institutional excitement as well as the clinical excitement. I wanted to draw attention actually, not just because there's a large number of Chorus management team listening to your board meeting, Kath, to the wheelchair item, which is mentioned under learning, mentioned elliptically perhaps under para 2.2 about learning from complaints. I think it's really encouraging at the delivery review on Tuesday to listen to the rather large number of things that the team in the directorate and in the care group are doing to try and transform wheelchair services. Then those include, and this may seem like an obvious thing, but those include participating in a user group with potential and existing wheelchair users, which feels like quite an important thing to do if you're running a wheelchair service. So that doesn't mean we're yet there with the wait times. We're trying to get to the point where inside 4 weeks, clearly you would have completed, the assessment would have been completed, and the balance of what I'll call 14 weeks is used to get you the wheelchair. But yeah, I wouldn't want people to read into my para 2.2 that nothing is happening. I think we should set some quite fast-paced ambitions for improvement, because the situations that maybe not been great over the years with wheelchair services. So that was the first thing I wanted to draw attention to. We've already had mention from Joe's comment of experiences of sickness, and from what Carleen has said as well. It's important to recognise we've been doing work to try and change our approach to sickness management for quite a while. I probably stress that because clearly it appears in the league table data set, and is probably the area where we are most deviant, and it is slightly in our own gift, if that makes sense. I think of the 5 actions we agreed with CLE, and obviously CLE's business is in the annexes, Gav. The one I want to point to is that in Q3, in addition to doing surgeries and reviews through Carleen, we're going to be trying a lot harder to bring people back to a place of attendance. That place of attendance might be come and work in PFG. it might be go and work in a different team. But given that we have 2/3 of our sickness is long-term sickness, and of that a lot is stress and depressive related, it's hard to sustain the idea that prolonged periods of time out of the workplace are the right place to be. So I'm not suggesting anything then works, but we're going to play some tunes. And if you think about the work we've done to essentially end suspension of employees in this organisation, exception of 36 hours ago, where we have suspended, so I have suspended somebody. It's a similar intervention in the sense that the line manager might not be the best person to take hold of the call on where you're going to be working. It may require a more lateral review. So we're going to see if that makes a difference to the roughly 460 individuals or 460 episodes of stress-related long-term sickness that were in the report that went to CLA. We've also talked quite a lot about resident doctors over the course of this year in all sorts of positive ways. People will recognise that because 10-point plans are this year's chosen number, there's a 10-point plan for resident doctors. We pretty much comply. That doesn't mean we're not going to do anything, and you'll note the reference to a recruitment to a senior resident doctor, which will take place, at least the advert will take place over the course of the next few days. So I'm more than happy to take questions on anything. At Annex 7 and 8, mislabeled as Annex 6 and 7 because we added an extra annex, there are matters related to the private board's approval of the potential changes in both procurement and routine estate management. I just want to really be clear for the purposes of our board that neither of those two changes are related to money. Because we're coming to other conversations about money, there might be a natural implication that we're looking to move those things around to save money. In neither case was that what the paper said that we saw last month, and in neither case is that the underpinning position. So ISAS has provided the likely indicators in relation to the procurement transfer if it proceeds in April. And you'll also notice that the timeframe for development of the estate maintenance outsourcing is about 3 months longer than previously. And I think I hinted at that when we spoke to it in the private board. So I do think there's a lot of preparatory work that we need to do to be ready for that, including go live of the estate help desk as a meaningful lockdown of estate queries from next Wednesday. So I think that probably will take us 6 months, Kath, to get that fully mobilised. It takes us longer than that. For reasons Dave alluded to in his report, I think the balance of risk is wrong because we need the service to improve. But if we take much shorter than that, I think there's a risk we do it in a cat-handed way and it doesn't really work. So I think the board, having approved those two changes privately, I suppose these items are also here in public, so that if anybody now dissents that conclusion, then there is an opportunity, and if not, we will crack on and get on with it, and we will keep Pauline's committee briefed on our progress, which I think you'll recall was what we resolved previously. So I'll stop talking and happily take questions on any or all of that, or none.
Thank you. Just before I bring David, I'm going to say at the South Yorkshire Chairs meeting yesterday, I'm hopeful that an announcement on the deficit spot coming over next week. They're expecting a positive result on that and a positive result on quarter 2 and 3 was what the
I think maybe so where I think we got to last night, and this obviously relates to South Yorkshire funding, is consistent with that, Kath, with one sort of proviso, I suppose. Right. I think quite understandably there is a desire by regional colleagues to actually complete the mid-year reviews that Jim Mackey has announced, because as people may have seen in something I circulated separate to the board papers, South Yorkshire has improved dramatically in months 4 and 5. I think regional college just want some assurance that that's not at the detriment of months 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So I'm sure you're right. I suppose I'm pretty optimistic about Q2.
Yeah.
I'm a little more cautious about Q3, but I admire Pierce's optimism.
Thank you. Claire?
I guess I was reflecting on, I think, this absence issue, and maybe this is less for the board, but more for bodies to have a look at. There are two things that are in my head. Typically, it's a third, and a third. A third mental health, a third musculoskeletal, and a third all other conditions. And we are skewed towards mental health. And typically, it's a balance 50-50 between short term and long term. And we're highly skewed towards long term.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of long term mental health issues within our staff. What conditions can we say are in the trust that have caused and as a contributory factor to that? So I think that because we are out of kilter with what we would typically expect as a pattern, so I think it's worth having a deeper.
That time's taken place, Dave, so let's assume that we've done that. Okay. And I think the points of comparison are probably to similar NHS organisations. And I think that there are some spikes in particular teams. Some of those we would anticipate based on things that are happening, and there's a reference to in a later page to that. Some are not. And that's why the deep dive is those surgeries in Q3 that I referred to. But I think what we're really going to do is find the right cocktail to tackle the presenting mental ill health reasons for being off, if that makes sense. And I don't think we're quite clear the mix of that cocktail. We can all probably say between us, well, the ingredients are this, that, and the other, but I'm not sure we've quite necessarily got the right mix yet. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a cure.
I think it is. No, I'm going to show you the analysis by all means better. I think we need to, as you say, it's a much higher proportion of long-term sickness than you might expect.
Yeah.
And it isn't necessarily terminal conditions. That's the other thing to be explicit. And
we do talk about
I think it's something, if you looked at the data say 2 years ago, we did have an increase in terminal illness post-COVID as a result of that, but we do have a split now. When we look at the long-term sickness absence as well, there's a real differential between work-related absence and also some real tragic personal circumstances. Some of our colleagues are going through difficult personal circumstances, and that feeds through to the stress, anxiety and depression. We also had a discussion about how we report sickness absence within the organisation, and that was raised by one of our medical directors, because we have a high understanding of stress, anxiety, depression as some of the GI illnesses we encountered in that area. So there was that level of discussion and debate at CLE.
I think it's just important to not make an inference that if somebody's off work and has a, let's say, depressive condition listed, that is work related.
Yeah.
I'm not making an assumption it's not work related, Dave, but I just think, I just think it's worth, as you say.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I think, mental health services will usually attract and understanding people with lived experience of mental health wanting to work. As often in neurodiverse services, it will have people who have lived experience of neurodiversity. So, obviously that means that people may be dealing with home stuff and work stuff, and there may be, that there's a vulnerability there, which we just have to attend to. Now, whether we're sort of supporting that enough, or whether people are using talking therapies enough, it does that. But I do agree, we can't just go, oh, it's work causing that. More often than not, I think most people, including myself, will be when work and home are both complicated, it gets a bit stressful. And there's often another issue going on, but it can get projected into work being stressful. There may be pockets, and we've picked that up in the ADHD services, where we're making changes, and suddenly, and we did with Brambles, you remember, closely it went up to 30%. So there are hotspots where I think there's a reaction to a change, but I think a general, oh, it's all about work, I'm a bit more cautious about that.
Yeah, and I think that's less a concern than there's been said in this room and more the league table thing. So, you know, I'm not sure a percentage of sickness measurement is the most is the most helpful way to think about long careers in places. I think really bullish. It's one indicator. So we're working quite hard to think, well, what's the more interesting suite of indicators that will get at what's really going on.
Thank you.
In section 2.5, therapeutic activities programme, it's great to see the developments of our mental health wards and the minimum expectation for our patients. What about physical health wards? We've had some conversations earlier. Have we got the clarity on physical health as yet?
Yeah, I think we're getting there, aren't we? So we had a discussion on whenever it was Tuesday about how that might deploy, and then the outcome letter from that will indicate to teams that they're going to come back to us on that. I think we're clear on the opening times being consistent. So what Paul colleagues are listening to is a debate that's essentially of all the changes we're making with the HQTC, which ones apply to all inpatient areas in the trust and which ones apply to mental health inpatient areas, if that makes sense. And I think we're feeling our way a little bit with that. And it may be the case that some of our physical health wards lend themselves to certain things and a subset don't, if that makes sense. You say another question.
I think under 3.5, the friendship levy is broken down from slide into two sections. The first half being the levy. I did appreciate a conversation offline because in medicine we have 4 pillars. And we have 5 pillars listed under 3.5.
Yeah, well, when it's you need pillars, set yourself up for that. I have a feeling, in answer to your question, we have had the conversation that there were 4 in the period to this coming March. And then there's the employment of people with learning disabilities, which is the 5th one. And given that next year is coming quite quickly and it's going to take quite a while, I have a feeling that's how I got to 5. But if I've miscounted, then you'll set me straight. If that takes my questions, and then there's one item that's in here that I want to go back and draw attention to, although it may be one I'm going to be asked questions about.
I've got Jude and then Richard, then Steve. Jude?
It's an important point is really that full discussion, but and as we have to get that balance, particularly when it's still the days about not to shame people in the pool.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's one of the things in the workplace in the way that we work with people, and that's where we take calls and sometimes really things that conversation. So I think it's just important when it's a really call rather than see this as separate. Yeah, to maybe sort before, and that really just gets signed.
Yeah, thank you, Jude. Good point. Richard.
Just a real-time conversation, just to Carlene's point. So we raised the physical health therapeutic activities, and Stephanie emailed me at 5:30 last night. So on Tuesday, and I'll loop in Toby and Jude. So I suppose it was raised on Tuesday. We've had a response, but we just haven't had a chance.
Yeah.
They're not quite there yet, but they're obviously working to that. So somewhere.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Richard. Steve?
There's a question on 2.4.
Yeah.
Around this behaviour policy. We are seeing more and more challenge to some of the decisions potentially we're making as an organisation. For example, excluding somebody for being racist to our staff. I'm conscious that Kathy Bosse's session in October, the 2nd of October, around something in a hostile environment, and a number of us as leaders throughout the organisation have released videos in terms of how we support our staff and make sure our patients feel safe and can certainly access our services. My question then, Toby, is around what appears to be political wrangling and people taking up complaints through their MPs as a result of some of the decisions that have been made as an organisation, to understand why somebody who is British born is being excluded from services.
Yeah, no, obviously I signed all the complaints. I don't get recall having signed one off that has that character, but I'm taking from your question, you think it's coming my way. So, we'll take And obviously we had that, I think the board's aware of this, when we had that odd peculiar thing from potential student nurses about whether they couldn't get jobs because we were employing people from overseas. And I suppose the extremely blunt response to that received would probably be the same tone as I'd want to take in responding to MPs, because I think we've got a just process, providing we're applying that just process, and we'll come back to that a bit later. Then I think we need to be clear what we're doing. My memory is that the yellow card element of that is a temporary exclusion, and I'm going to be seeing a lot more yellow cards and red cards in the future that we're driving.
And it's reviewed as well, this is part of the process, so not all of the issues of any card is reviewed here.
So I think that's right, and it'd be wrong to swear. We're going to come to this under a separate item, so I'm slightly, probably keen to wait for that, Cass. Should I do that? It's not the question's in the wrong place, but I think we're, rather than opening the subject up here, perhaps we can come back to it when we've got Phil's item.
That's absolutely fine. If that's it, it's Dave, please, it's comfortable. Yes, thank you. We're going to have Dave and then it's us. Dave.
Last question, maybe observation, if I can. Given the turmoil that kind of goes around in the NHS, I think sometimes you can get into paralysis and inactivity. What is really great to see is things like additional funding on an HCU and we talked about lack of activities, therapeutic activities are in there.
Yeah.
We talked about waiting lists. And we didn't have a grip on it at all. It's incredible. So it's night and day difference in terms of our management of waiting lists, evidentially, and volunteers, the positivity around getting to deliver on that. So I think I, as well as other colleagues, sometimes would point out about the absence of stuff or the things that aren't done right. I think we have to also recognise the stuff that is done.
Yeah, thank you. With that balance, we've got lots of good stuff going on, lots of work to do. Is that?
Yeah, mine's just around para 2.2, so it'd be good to see the upward trend in terms of learning and complaints. We just want to understand, do we put that data by demographic, and are we seeing the types of complaints that come in, or the communities that's coming from, is that reflective of our makeup?
So we have cut all of our data demographically. I don't think it yet achieves absolute consistency or sort of equivalence across presenting population and resident population, but it doesn't show huge skews, if I'm making any sense. And that and also, insofar as we've done that, we've done it for a relatively limited data period. So I'd like to run it for slightly longer before we reach too many conclusions. As I think I might have said here before, if I'm worried about the exclusion of one of that term cohort of humans, it would probably be Eastern and Central European and Roma communities being far less represented in a lot of our data than is who of the population. If you think of, say the Rotherham population, about 4%. Eastern and Central European, I'm not sure I see that represented in that data. But it's a great question, and we need to stick with that when we come, for example, to Joe's HIE paper later on. Thank you.
Good, last one.
Yeah, around 2.6 in the Equality Act. Yes. I think it's good that we have considered the new ones. It is a court ruling, but it's a complex court ruling, and how we support everybody that is affected by that ruling. So I think it's positive. I think the revised policy, I think we need to look at how do we keep an eye on that we're not marginalised and either women who the biologics of them is not those that identify as women. It's a fine line to tread, if you say.
And thanks for the question in the comments. That was going to be the bias of contingency. So I'm standing down the existing policy effective tomorrow. And colleagues were aware of that. I'm not sure that has a dramatic impact on what's actually happening. And I'm doing that partly in the context of contact from the HRC. The HRC is still out of consultation, so their contact is kind of interesting. But we'll do that anyway. And over the next few weeks, as you say, let's work through what might work. There are some particular areas of service where this is it's a lot, almost a live conversation on that, and then there's the more general stuff. But I think wherever we can get to environments that are, naturally multi-gender, so, without wishing to be clear, the toilet is a toilet, we can give it a bunch of different names, but it's a toilet, and then that's where we're headed, and that may require a little bit of fiddling about in one or two parts of our estates, but I don't think it's too onerous, if that makes sense. We clearly do have, some male-specific environments that we've always had. I don't anticipate that giving rise to any particular difficulties. So I guess we're going to have a period of a few weeks where, strictly speaking, we don't have a policy. We'll deal with each circumstance should it arise in that period. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr.
Yeah, thanks very much. So, anywhere else you wanted?
No, that was it. It was the EHRC thing I wanted to, I've forgotten to highlight, Jag, and I'm going to write something up.
Thank you. So in which case, we were asked to explore the patient, people and population issues described, which I think we can honestly say we've done. Considering matters of concern not covered within the report, I think that's certainly been raised on the table. Note the changes to eating disorder care and improved service equity in Annex 5, which I think we can do, and very good.
And that's the correctly labelled Annex 8, indeed.
That is
Annex 5, yeah.
okay. And reconfirm support for the changes in service provider proposed under Annex 6, which we've already done.
Annex 7 and 8, so speak, no, 7 and 8, Chairman, that's the one I did. I'm so sorry, I don't quite know how we did that.
Can we therefore, with all of that, agree to receive the Chief Executive's report? Thank you, and thank you, Toby. The next 4 items are those marked with an asterisk as previously described. We will take one before coffee, which is the EPRR report. And so questions only at this point to Richard. So do I have questions on the EPRR report?
Oh, no one else is going to. No, I saw him, it's all his eyes. You can't bear these people with exaggerated facial reactions. That always upsets me. You shouldn't do that, mate.
Hold it a mirror.
Yeah. That's a serious, basically. Look, it's fantastic. In the annex, there is, I think I messaged you, Alice, there's a slightly perplexing, or to my eyes, reference to our role with DBTH, and I just wondered if you could just illuminate the board on that, if that makes sense, because there's a lot made of it in the annex, and that may be a drafting thing, but I'm interested.
Yeah, I suspect it is the drafting. So as part of core standards, we're expected to, if someone is having a crisis, or we are expected through memorandums to lean in and help.
Yeah.
So the DRI is, so it's not legally binding, it's just principle of good practice. So that if let's say, God forbid, something very serious happens at the DRI.
Doncaster Oil and Firming.
Sorry, Doncaster Oil and Firming. Thanks, Kat. Yeah. Which I think, is challenged estates-wise.
Yeah.
So, for example, they have to decant through a fire or something like that. As a system, the MAU asks us to help, and it's as high level as that. So I think we did, and hopefully run a couple of tests on it in September with the system, just to test that out. So hypothetically, what might happen is, look, we've got staff in the beds, but we haven't got somewhere to put our patients. For 2 days, have you got any spaces at all? We'll bring our staff to support them. So it's simply a high level agreement to support someone in our system if something really bad happens.
Thank you.
If no one else has, I'll ask a second question.
Go on.
We'll ask the questions and then we shall come back. My question would be, what do you think's made such a big difference in the last year? Because we've gone from really quite poor performance, but no worse than anybody else, but no better, to what appears to be significantly better performance. So I'd be interested after other questions, see what's made that difference. Yeah.
And mine's another question, but in all honesty, just like to put on record that improvement that has been made with this report, because I'm one of those odd people at EPR. I'm really fascinated by EP. It's my CV, I suppose, ambulance, but it does need saying on this report that the improvement is stunning, Richard, and that needs to go back to the team. And indeed, it picks up Toby's question as to, I suppose, further comments on how that has been achieved. And then we'll break. Any more? Oh, Philip.
Just the essence of this is about our preparation and being ready with plans, etc. But I think throughout the document, there's some exercises and activities which I think that show that they have then worked and we've got some from that. So I think it's more of a reflection that actually you can do a lot of work that's preparatory for it and achieve, score that you've got a plan, etc. But I think it's important to highlight that those exercises and the incidents have taken place and that there's those anymore.
Yeah. Equally, I like our exercises are absolutely great because occasionally people all get dressed up and they wound people come in and make, and if it's in your neighbourhood, then you get terrified telephone calls going, "Why not to Richard people?" Richard, close us down and then we'll ask.
Me. Sorry, I thought I was on for Richard Banks. I thought it was over there with that. So
It was mentioned address.
yes. So what brought about the significant improvement? So I suppose 2 years ago there was the hard reset. So I think everyone was declaring significant, and then following primarily Manchester, I think, but also the Grenfell buildings and things like that. It was like you can't say these are decent. So that's why we went down to 21% and then up to 61%. What's brought about the difference, I think, is taking it very, and no description of taking it very seriously. I think having, when we introduced the structure, I was clear that the deputy care group directors are the lead in the care group for the EP at RR. So they know that that's part of their job, not as an add-on. I think we've got Victoria here, who's taken a strong leadership on it with the 2 people in the EP. To be honest, to get to this place, it's been very much around the care groups. I think there's been a lot of grit and maybe a relentless pursuit around some of this. And then we take this through the delivery reviews as well as, well, so where are we up to with business continuity plan? Then I suppose you all know that I like a plan. So we're sort of methodically working through all that. I'm only just going to qualify one thing. This is our submission, but we've still got the peer testing. Yeah. And highlighted 1 or 2 risks in there. So, this is our prediction and a solid prediction, not like me. I will say Andy, who is the ECO, he's made really close links with, as part of the development with NHSC. So lots of informal, I think it's good evidence. What about this? So I think that continual engagement has been helpful, and he takes it really seriously as well. So yeah. And I think testing, it's no point. I think we could probably do more, but in the thick of everything else, I suppose it's just trying to get that balance. We need to do we've only done tabletop so far. So whether we're going to close a ward or there's a fire in a ward, that's yet to come. And in October or November one day, it's just surprise for everyone, we will be running local force scenario, which I'm not going to tell everyone here when it is. But we will be running it, yeah.
Thank you, Richard. And we will agree to receive that report. Thank you for your questions. And we will take 15 minutes.
And sorry, Kat, I'll bring the verbal update of the finalised score in November.
Yeah.
In November,
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. With that, coffee break, 15 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Phil quite rightly reminds me that it wasn't the next 4 items that asked for it, but there are 4 items that are asked for it, 3 items. So we will get to those. Can I move to item 16, which is paper in Toby's name in tackling weights in neurodiversity services? Briefly.
I'll be relatively good because I assume that this item will generate a certain amount of discussion. I want time to hear from people, as Dave's already referenced, as the paper indicates. To a degree, this paper comes out of discussions in other places and is therefore, if you like, commissioned by members of the board. I think I want to, as I said to you, Catherine, spoke about this in preparation. One way of thinking about this is that there were sort of 4 areas where we're going to see improvements, and they're outlined at para 4.4. And what this paper describes is that we've got a decent plan for 3 out of 4. So I don't particularly, the 4th one, the answer to any question in this room is going to be, and we'll come back in 8 weeks on the 4th. I don't particularly want to get into trying to sort of co-construct something on the slide. In terms of the other 3, I think it's probably important to recognise just some of the enablers and dependencies that will be required to deliver. So, you know, in terms of children and young person services in particular, an enormous amount of redefinition and reimagining of how services are provided has already taken place. Services in Rotherham, I think, in many ways have come from the back of the pack to the front of the pack in terms of their improvement. And we're now needing other areas to sort of step up at the same pace. And there was some physical enablement issues that are mentioned in the paper that will help with that, and obviously potentially the opening with Bentley later on in the autumn will do the same. Clearly, as the paper I think sets out, one of the things that will happen over the course of the next 15 months is that we will move quite a lot of money that we've been spending on the young person's backlog in Doncaster and North Links and go and spend it in Rotherham. And yeah, inevitably, even though that sounds easy on paper and everybody kind of is okay with it, when it actually happens, people will be surprised, bereaved, distressed, etc., etc. But clearly, given that the paper sets out that if referral rates don't rise, we have the supply side to deliver, then we wouldn't accumulate another backlog. On the adult side, I think some of the more assertive language in the paper about what we will be doing in the next few weeks through myself, through Carleen, through 1 or 2 other people, is focused there. We are at the change the people stage of improvement, as I'm often inclined to say, and we're now at the latter part of change the people, i.e. we're going to be changing some people. So whilst I don't need the board's agreement to that, I also want the board to be clear about that, pursuant to other conversations, and it will happen at speed and potentially at faster speed than people in the organisation are used to. And the reason for that is covered in the concluding paragraph of the paper, which is that bluntly, in Q4, we and I need to form a view about whether the adult service is actually sustainable going forward. Or whether we're going to walk away from it, and that's a very high bar. But bluntly, if we're not getting there, then there's a point at which we will have to do that. I'm optimistic because I want to. So I think all 4 are doable, and we see where we will go. So I probably wanted to draw people's attention to that paragraph 1.3, and I think it's 5.5. I think I'll leave it there. There's a lot in this, and I'm happy to take questions from anybody, everybody. Because I think, it's going to be a difficult thing next year, saying we've got to 4 weeks, except for the thousands of people who are still waiting for new university services. And we owe it to the thousands of people who are waiting for new university services to be increasingly fair. I think Maria made this point last time. Well, okay, if we're not going to get there then, when are we going to get there? And that's something we need to be absolutely explicit about. I think we can be, although this paper doesn't set dates out. I'm sure the one in November. So that's where we've got to. Thanks very much.
And for me, just to comment, and I've got Dave down, that Richard Paul did escalate this from policy committee. And we do all understand that delivering 4-week waits next year not include university. But because we have had major investment and because we are all committed to this, I think that is the problem. We will accept the status quo. And I think that is where we are. So it just in keeping those things to mind, Dave.
Thanks, could I just push in this, and it might not be appropriate for the whole board to get into. but the precision, so when we invested the money, so we had a certain set of assumptions about what would lead us to believe that we would get there. And what I guess I was looking for was more precision around what will come as an increase from changing facilities. What will come as a consequence of skill mix or availability of people? What will come of changing in practices or the speed of processing? So you can only do kind of one of those four things. And I still feel from the paper that we're travelling in hope, rather than specificity.
Or not, that's not true. So, I'm happy to set the maps out separately. In the majority, when both service size cases, in other words, see work being outputs, we have both trial and model in practice. The scale of service we, and then it does say somewhere in the paper that if we get to 8 assessments for each practitioner in adults in a given week, then that adds up to the max that works. And
but I think that's an assumption.
No,
but unless it's based on a well, what practices are
I'm sorry. I thought I just said so. Let me try.
Yeah.
When I say in trial case, I don't mean we model it on a spreadsheet. I mean we actually run it through in practice. So one of the things that was referred to earlier was a high absence rate in the team. Much of that comes about concurrent with the implementation of changed practices. We therefore have in each case assumed in this paper, and I'm happy to make the numbers much less there. We are clear that people do and can work the patterns of work we're now requiring, which by and large are clinic patterns of work. In other words, you're going to come in, you're going to do this amount of work at the end of the day. That is a complete change for some parts of our services than has previously been the case. So if your question is, are we running on hypotheticals or, no, we're not. Can we be clear that that will happen with every employee? No, and here I'm going to tread a little more gently with the words I use. So we will still consider reasonable adjustments for employees, but they will be reasonable adjustments. Yeah. So if you say to me, Toby, I need to do half the work of my colleagues, but it's a full-time job, the answer to that will be that's a capability question. No, you can't. If it's a different kind of adjustment, I'm not going to put a percentage on it, that wouldn't be very helpful, then we'll work with that. Likewise, the model can work with some home-based working, but it won't work with entirely home-based working. So one of the reasons the paper speaks to change the people interventions is that we will have some individuals who either cannot or do not wish to work in the way this paper describes, and they won't be able to carry on working in the service. Ideally, they will move to a different service. If that isn't possible, then that isn't possible. And that needs to be concluded this side of Christmas, or we are not going to get anywhere near the improvement that we require. I think that the paper says for children's services in North Lincs, and I know you may choose to raise this, Karen, there is a particular frustration which I share, which is at the moment I'll be diagnosing you for a treatment that I recommend that nobody will allow me to provide. And we will configure an ethics committee in October to explore that. And I'm now negotiating with RCB colleagues to see whether there is a way through that. So I can understand, if you like, there's a sort of huge energy from Jude, Richard, me and others to drive productivity in that particular service. I can sort of understand where the difficulty is coming from. Am I getting we can provide a table that deals with the maths of your question, but I wouldn't want to get across that each of these things have been trial. The start of your question was, well, what's different from the original assumption?
Yes.
Many of the original assumptions have transpired to be wrong. I mean that's the bluntest description.
We should,
and that's fine. No, exactly. That's my point. I think we were travelling. Yeah, it wasn't guesswork, and even if we go back 7 months, I think we were still working, particularly on the adult side, with some numbers that experience now suggests weren't as refined as as everybody would want them to be, including with colleagues that are working really hard to deliver that. And particularly around the balance between diagnosis and treatment. And I think it's taken quite a while to iron that out, including a lot of work to the middle of August this year to actually formally separate the wait lists. And I think, some of the improvement that will be required now of services is for less senior resource to be spent in one of those two streams or more in another stream. The other one that I think is described in the paper is for people to progress to be prescribers much more rapidly than has been the case. You may remember, I think last time we were in this room, we had a presentation from two people who had joined the service. I think we all recognise some of what we heard in that room. I think that we're going to need a lot of clinical support, and Jude's doing a lot of work to provide this to support teams to step up more quickly. And I think it's reasonable, isn't it? When you join a team, sometimes it will work out. Sometimes it's not the job for you. And I guess the positive version of this looking forward, Dave, would be we will be able to advertise these jobs if we have to re-advertise jobs, being incredibly clear what the deal is. Your Monday will look like this, your Thursday will look like that, if that's the job you want. And for a lot of people, including people who are themselves neurodiverse, that level of specificity could be incredibly helpful. That's where we're going. So I wouldn't want this to be heard as a sort of wantonly unkind transition. I think it may just not be for everybody, and we need to be candid about it. I hope I'm getting at your question. Yeah. And I'm happy to service another set of numbers outside the board meeting.
It's out the simplicity of what needs to be true to get us on track.
Yeah, no.
What are the things that
I think we've largely got that, and clearly, when I say largely, we obviously haven't got that for the fourth one.
Yeah.
And that's where we are. So I think that's the go for.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you. Forgive me because I'm going to ask the question myself and Toby referred to it. If he could expand on the work with HNY, because number of North Yorkshire ICB, sorry. I mean, obviously North Lincolnshire is where my family live. I speak to that, but I know it better than I know perhaps any other of our places. And the situation there appears to be a little bit incomprehensible, if I'm quite honest. So I just appreciate some more in that.
So, I mean, first of all, section 2 of the paper sets out there were commissioning issues on with all ICBs. We happen to be at an optimistic point with South Yorkshire in that myself and Jude and others persuaded the ICB at the sub-board level to accept a series of proposals that the ICB at the board level is now seeking to review. And those proposals, as colleagues will recognise from the private board discussion we had last time, what would be very positive ones for patients in South Yorkshire. In HMY, it has long been the case that the medication option for young people is provided through the local hospital. The local hospital in April, that probably wasn't a very satisfactory experience for children and young people, even when it was there. As of April, it hasn't been there. Richard has been working very hard, as has Christina, to try and help our commissioning colleagues to gently move through transitioning that prescribing arrangement to us. I think that's finally hit a wall, and now we're into sort of, last knockings, which is me. And it's two parts to that, Kath. One is a service should be provided, and we are best placed to provide it. I think we've said to the ICB if they want to spend a couple of weeks looking for other and cheaper options, that's their right. But given that we're now in almost in October, probably need to get on with it. The second point, if people remember, perhaps when we had a board meeting about 18 months ago, we had a presentation from a family who had waited for a secondary medication wait under our service. And we were all quite distressed because we weren't necessarily aware of that, and a lot of work's been done to deal with that sense. I would be very reluctant. I simply wouldn't sign a contract with a secondary medication wait. And to be asked to do that on the basis that that's as bad a service as other people receive, doesn't seem to me to be an argument worth listening to. So I think, I recognise you and the chair of the ICB may in due course get involved in this space, but if you could give me a few more weeks to see if we can build on the work that Richard and Christine have done and get it over the line, and that's probably where I want to be.
More than happy if it's necessary for me to get involved with the chair of the ICD. No problem with also having faith in what you and Richard are doing. Did you want to comment, Richard?
So I was going to respond to Dave's question, but then I realised actually this is the question point, so I'm not asking the question. Is this?
You're fine.
Oh, okay. So Dave, just in terms of so I suppose I feel in the paper there is a clear trajectory for children's, and the maths is there. So the 600 that with the demand and supply gap, and then the 2000 in Rotherham that's always been there. Yeah. And I suppose, so, we have been dealing with massive backlogs in North Links and Doncaster, which we'll be dealing with virtually. So I feel the maths is there, and obviously the first graph is contextually around demand. Yeah. I will just slightly say that where Cass said we won't accept status quo, we're not. We've got 3 colleagues who manage adult services, and they've chucked the kitchen sink at this, to be fair to them. So I just want to acknowledge we haven't accepted status quo, but there are some confounding factors. In terms of the maths, Toby intimated that I suppose what they've done is reviewed the 5,000 people waiting, which is no mean feat, and broken that down into 4 or 5 categories to really, really understand, is that assessment, is that treatment, is that a follow-up for review? We've now got that data, so we can do the maths in a much, but it does reference in the paper. Basically, the math says if we shift a bit of resource from treatment to assessment, and we do 7 to 8, the maths, we can meet what's coming in, but we're still left with 5,000 backlog.
Yeah.
And that's the graphical bit, I think.
Well, that's true. I think with dealing with technology, nothing you say isn't doing, but before we have everybody sort of come in there, then I think we've had a few goes at the maths. So it's not that we previously didn't have maths and now we have. We are more confident in the current maths. But a year ago we were confident. Yeah. And 2 years ago we were confident. So I think the point we're at is, we've had our best people look at the maths, and we're now going to get on with it. I can't suggest there may not yet be surprises. I don't think there will, because at some point you get to the bottom of the surprises and you understand it. But I think this will require relentless, every single day clinic management. And we have leaders and folk who are really up for that. And we also have folk for whom that's very different and very new. But whether references in the paper to potentially me making changes to managers and management systems over the next 3 weeks, that's what's going on in that conversation. Is we need everybody who is pointed at this to be very, very comfortable with that way of working. And if they're not, that's fine. But if they're not, they can't be part of this, because that's what this requires. There is no latitude or I don't like that way of working, managerially or clinically.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll bring Jude in and then we'll get on to some conclusion.
It's 2 points, it's direct for me. One, in response to building mottos about patient as well as the work that Toby and Richard do around the discussions and implement the direction my own and we do share what we're doing in South Yorkshire, which I would suggest, and this is not saying anything that I was in the meeting all day, it's about we are in South Yorkshire slightly ahead, particularly in terms of what we're doing with what rights choose and therefore in our discussions in terms of time and pathways. And therefore, what the ask is to HMYs to share in South Yorkshire. So please know that not only Nigeria but clinically, that we are regularly. So that was point 1. And I guess point 2, in terms of what colleagues have said around the need to have the most effective service we can. We have been through this in the trust once before when we moved IAPT Talking about services, and what it was there was a real there was elongation of treatment for people in the IAP was one of the biggest shifts to support people in a very timely and very specific manner, and to use patient help in the way we never before. And we saw this ripple then. It was very challenging for the effects of how we manage, but also how we feel in how we work. It's challenging because it's not as per people's training. So I don't think we've not managed this sort of situation before. I think people are in them trying, but I think it does pose a challenge for people to work in it. But it's not undoable to them. So we're not asking them to do things that are unsafe or anything like that. It's got very good mess around it. And from the care group, from the work that Tori's done, from the work that we've got outside it. And we also know it's we're in the marketplace, and I appreciate we've got the finance where we know that some of our private competitors are providing a much more timely and speedy way of assessing, and we've got an obligation to make sure for our patients that we
Thank you. Could I just ask you then, I think we have considered the issues raised and the analysis, the problem analysis outline. That we do recognise the difficult choices that are within this paper, particularly in relation to clinical productivity. I think we recognise that around the table. That we do delegate to the chief executive and colleagues that are involved in this the expedited actions outlined. So we will leave that with them and agree that this comes back at November and January for progress reports. Can we? Yeah. And can I thank Toby and others that are involved on their transparency and honesty around this board table today. I think it's really important that we acknowledge and deal with the problem rather than just go, this is too hard, isn't it? So thank you for that. And if we could agree on those, then can we do that? Yeah, thank you. And we will move to get another asterisk. I'd asked my husband last night, which spelled it. It's produced that in the text. The audit committee work plan at 17, which is to receive and note Phil, but this is for questions only at this point. Any questions to this? No. So
Really awkward, isn't it? No silly question.
yeah,
Him and I talked about it.
Yeah.
No, no questions from me.
Yeah, I would see you.
There you go. Yeah. Endorse them.
No,
No.
let's push on.
agree that.
Good work.
Good. It's just got time. Thank you very much. To item 18, which is the future of pharmacy services, which is for decision, and is one of the several things that is on his name.
That's a cool boss.
Fully on subsidiary.
Somebody has to tell these people.
This builds on our conversation at the August.
It does indeed.
Various options there, so it doesn't look to sort of replay those discussions. However, it sort of sets out the clinical and operational benefits of, I suppose, moving this service out of the private sector where it currently is into NHS sort of control really, and sort of sets out the benefits from an inpatient perspective, community teams, and also resilience of the service. Recognising that we've had some supply chain type issues with our current provider. There's also then reference there to the public structure element of it, and we're just in conversation with NHS England at the minute to understand the timescales for that. So that will be sort of updated in time really. We've had the benefit of Dave and Richard's input into the commercial elements of a potential sort of structure. However, the paper doesn't sort of go into detail on that. That will sort of form the second phase of the work really in time. So yeah, it just sets out the benefits, and happy to take any sort of specific comments and queries that people might have on it. Really.
Yeah, thank you, Izaz. Questions to the paper from anybody? Yeah.
You just remind me, this is part of pharmacy, isn't it? Just help me, whether it's to yourself or journalists, let's just understand the part that isn't going anywhere and the part that this is about. I think I know, it's not a rhetorical question.
Yeah, so if I could
really
the dispensing bit, and if you wanted to talk about our current sort of sector, but yeah, so this is essentially the dispensing element of it. It's probably through Rollins. We have our own in-house pharmacists that work on the wards and work with services that is specifically the dispensing of and sort of getting the meds into the trust and then out for the patients. Part of it that we're looking to bring back in. But job in provide with part of the index position on that.
I think you summarise it nicely. So obviously we have trust pharmacists who kind of give clinical advice to our kind of clinicians, but no suggestion that no, trust pharmacists who give clinical advice to our services would be kind of under the wholly owned subsidiary. This is more around the dispensing side. So, as hasn't been mentioned, it's a portion, not kind of everyone that works in the pharmacy.
I just think on the back of that, Chair, and forgive me, but I think as we progress this, it may be worth us writing to the people who work on the university service, perhaps in your and my name, to give the undertaking that Dermot has just given. Because I think if we do progress down this route, people will have an understanding of anxiety that it's the start of something.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything to be lost unless we think we're going to contract that out. I don't think we do, in giving a measure of assurance.
I think that would be wise, and can we agree that that happens? Good, thank you. I've got Colleen and then Richard. Colleen?
Thank you. It's already covered my first assurance to colleagues, because some colleagues will read the paper and think this is the start of something to come. Not only just those colleagues in pharmacy, but broader across the organisation. So I do think we need to think about the corporate messaging and how we give that level of assurance where we can. So that covers the first point, and then also recognising from a subcase perspective, the terms and conditions are going to be very different from the nationally agreed agenda to change terms and conditions. So I think it's helpful to highlight here, it wouldn't be on the nationally agreed terms and conditions, so that there's no confusion there at all.
We are a real living wage accredited employer, so
We are a real living wage accredited employer, and there is an expectation that when we award any contracts, any contracts external to the organisation, they also offer real living wage. As part of our accreditation process, we had to go through exceptions, we put a plan in place for that transition over the contract lifetime.
thank you, Colleen. And Richard.
This is a paper obviously about whether you want to go down this route. I just want to check in with these as what sort of work, because obviously moving from one contract to another does pose risks. And this might be based on 2P, and then suddenly they go, there's no one to 2P. So we've all been there before. So what risk assessment, and I know this is about mobilisation, but has there been some preliminary work just to consider what the risks, because I don't want to end up without medication basically. So I'm sure it's taking place, but it's just
Absolutely, a really good point. So beneath this is a mobilisation plan, which has got Manji, and we'll sort of try and leave that alongside Steve. There is the current mobilisation plan has people in post from February to give us like a 2 to 3 month crossover period, so we can then do our own sort of testing about the system, so we don't then have a hard sort of cut off without the medication.
But as the paper sets out, what won't now be happening is that people are employed by RDash and then transferred across. So when we say there'll be people in post, we haven't yet got a host for that. The ideal host is a subco, but I think the chances of having a subco by February are slim. May, I think, is more possible. So one of our tasks, and we will update the board when we have this between Carly, Liz, and myself, is who would be the host for that. Because what I'm not able to support, recommend, is that we take people into the NHS and then outsource them onto other terms and conditions. Even if it's in full knowledge, I think that is just problematic. So we're going to need to find a host, is the thing. And the paper sort of hints at how we might do that, but we haven't settled how we do that hosting yet.
Things in my head which I'm discussing with Toby and Brian. I think I've spent most of the sheep putting one of them subsidiaries best somewhere else. Jude.
Yeah, my this is parallel to Carl's question, but paragraph 3.3. This hopefully about the experience for patients and our people. And so like Carlin asked for staff and how they need to be reassurance that the fact of not getting medication and the worry that some people have around switching medication, which may or may not be as effective, it is huge. So I suppose it's around Just feel that whilst we're also thinking about staff communication, we also elaborating communication because this is a public health paper.
Yeah.
And if I was reading this in a patient, I would be a bit worried my medication might have a gap between the providers or people like to just.
We could do that mobilisation work and really make sure it's really clear for this, there's plenty of involvement, yeah.
Thank you, and obviously we'll discuss this again, but this is move the matter forward, so you are required to note the decision which we made to cease external pharmacy services from 26-27. For the reasons that we discussed at that point, and withdrawal from the market of certain providers. To note the clinical, patient and service benefits outlined in the proposed model. Those are the two matters for this morning. Can we agree those? And there will be further discussions on doing what is this afternoon. We do that?
Yeah.
Thank you. And thanks, that's good. The next item once again has this asterisk, which is the older people's quality indicators paper in Dermot's name. We have seen a prior version of this, thank you, Dermot. And we did ask for changes last time and improvements. That is what Dermot's been doing. These are before you, so questions to Dermot at this point. Good.
Thank you, Dermot. Is there merit in having the staff section of the quality of care across all three sites that were operational, and just to see what we learn from that? Because I like and support all of the other quality indicators, but I think that staff perception is an important feature of that. And I guess what sits behind that is the consequences and the trade-off of dementia patients' personal care needs can sometimes fall down the pecking order compared to others' needs, and on mixed ward, how staff feel about that is an important feature. So it's just a question.
Am I responding per question?
I know I was supposed to be responding.
Yeah.
Hold on, Dermot. Toby, then Richard.
Dylan, you said a great paper, and thanks very much. It would just be helpful to say just a tiny bit more about where we're seeking points of comparison. So let's assume the indicators are right. So you're comparing ourselves internally and comparing longitudinally is two useful things to do. But if we're interested in whether we're really quite good at this by the end of next year, I'm just keen to understand what peer group we think we might use. I recognise that might be a working problem.
Yeah, thank you. Richard.
Yeah, it's probably a variation on what Tony said. So I suppose it's an extensive list. So just to talk a bit about how you've assessed how readily available that is, because before we start to measure, we'll need to run a baseline. So all of that needs to be available to run the baseline and we move on, but just the assessment of the availability of each of those.
Thank you. I have two more questions and then we'll bring Dermot back. So Richard, Colleen.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think Richard's just covered my question around bringing the full data set in November. And a little bit more out before we know that's absolutely the case.
Thank you, Richard. Colleen.
Richard will cover one of the in relation to the staff to patient ratio, rather than the number of patients per staff member, I would recommend that focus on head count. I'd recommend whole time equivalent rather than head count.
It's patient care hours the measure.
Right.
So you will get to it by Sunday, okay.
Thank you. Dermot, come back. If you've got all those.
Yes. Just to kind of advise the board, I've actually had a comment from Richard Bob via email, but obviously he's given his apologies today if he wants comments on it. And so just to kind of briefly summarise Richard's comments, he was concerned that we had already put in the metrics that we would summarise the themes of formal complaints. And obviously we'd also said in the metrics that we'd summarise patient incidents. So kind of things falling into those categories were already captured. But Richard had a concern that there's quite a step in severity of incidents and things that might happen, which may be affecting patient experience that wouldn't be captured in those, which I think was a fair comment. And so in terms of the inpatient metrics, I've provisionally agreed with Richard that we would add in feedback from patient forum meetings that already happen on the wards. And so those meetings already happen and we get feedback from those. And so that was a suggestion that had already come through. I was kind of felt that you know that would be something helpful to add in. So in terms of Dave's point, given that there is that I'm suggesting that we do that for patients, those kind of things that don't necessarily kind of fall into incidents, I think that's a fair way to do it. In terms of how we would capture that reliably, I'd have to have a think rather than kind of giving you an on-the-spot thing. But I think if we want to kind of say to patients, if we want things that fall short of a complaint or an incident, we want to capture things like that. I think it's only fair that we potentially kind of capture some of those staff kind of concerns that kind of all that. So I can take that forward. In terms of the comparison, there's obviously a lot of metrics, and that was kind of somewhat deliberate to try and cover all sorts of things, because there's been some quite big changes in terms of our crisis service provision, in terms of introducing virtual ward, you know, so that's kind of quite a radically different service model, and obviously the blended model in Rotherham compared to the split model that was previously there. Some of those items will be suitable for national benchmarking, so we can compare to kind of national level data. You know, it's kind of like a simple example is kind of length of stay. So kind of we know nationally that the average length of stay should be 32 days. You know, so if we have you know, data that says that, you know, we're kind of at say 200 days, then, you know, there's that national comparison. Other items, I think we would have to compare internally over time to see how things progress over time, because I don't think that national benchmarking data would be available. And so I think it's going to vary kind of by kind of line, rather than be able to kind of give you know, everything's going to be compared to national. I think it's going to be a mixture. It can be internal and national comparisons depending on what the exact metric is. Coming on to the availability of the data, I have deliberately picked things that are already in existence. I suppose the one thing I perhaps wouldn't be so sure about is how to capture the staff feedback in a reliable way. But the other items in the paper, they are measures that we already capture. What is going to be different though is the kind of the slicing. And so at the moment, you know, I can easily access a report that kind of tells me, you know, what the length of an admission is, but I wouldn't be necessarily kind of today easily able to kind of tell me kind of what a length of admission is for someone who's got a functional mental illness versus an organic presentation. And so it'd be the main problem I would perceive about the availability of the data is kind of preparing the kind of those cuts of data. So kind of the data's collected, but it's the kind of the cutting kind of tool probably isn't available yet. That would be probably the big change to implement.
Interesting. Body content, in which case, thank you, Dana. We are agreeing the quality indicators and the intention to compare the indicators against other relevant providers, noting the intent to also make comparison to working age services. That's where we are. And we agree that
we can. I think to say our last word. So we can, and I think we need to be ambitious to have it ready for November. I'm aware I've been spoken to outside of the meeting about how challenging that is, but I suppose in the context that we'd really change in March and said we'd be doing quality indicators, I'd probably, you know, if it's not November's board, it's the week after in December, I get that.
Yeah.
But if it's next spring, that's gonna feel quite difficult, given we're sat in here in March and agreed exactly what's in this paper, give or take. So I think, you know, we need almost everything, we need to find the cuttings all over the next 8, 9 weeks if we, you know.
So we'll add in November.
We'll comment on whether we've got the data, and I think, you know, we'll be back next time with the data.
Yeah, thank you. Can you breathe up? Thank you. And the last item before lunch is the acceptable behaviour policy implementation paper, which is in Phil's name. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so some 12 months ago, we introduced a new policy in response to behaviours that were being experienced across the organisation. That was at a point in time in the environment in which we operated, also as it was, and 12 months on, to see how effective we've been in use of this policy. I think it's important to say that, and we touched on this 2 or 3 times already this morning, that we're still in a very challenging environment in which we're operating. So that materially shifted. I think there was the reference made to that. I think Dave was talking about the population reports earlier on. So this was an opportunity to say how well have we done? Have we been effective in its use? What are the numbers, and are they sort of in the zone of what we might have expected given the circumstances at that time? I think my conclusion here is that there is scope for more education or understanding of the policy. And I see some of the comments came back around its applicability and had it been used. I think background data suggests that there are a whole number of incidents that occur that would be linked to the behaviours that are referenced in the policy. But then in comparison with the numbers of times in which this policy has been used, particularly in the upper levels of particularly yellow cars and red cars, is quite modest in response to that. The incidents are happening, and I think we've had experience of those comments, but in this week during the delivery reviews, we've talked about incidents and asked around its use and policy, and not really been convinced. I don't think that actually at that time that was something that people considered and utilised. But I think there is more to do. Is my sort of broad summary of that. The paper then sets out some proposed actions, primarily around that refresh of the launch and some additional work through Learning Hard Days. And Julie's done some work already around an easy read or a summary, so that people are much more clearer in an accessible way about what the policy means to them. And we do need to look at the reporting mechanism and make sure that we are cited on its use. I think through the survey, even through anecdotally, we knew how many times it's been used, but I think there's a sharpening up of that to ensure that we know how many are. And then the radar functionality, again, exploring with David Smith around that. There is a way by which we can prompt the reports or responders to incidents directly to say that consideration of this policy going forward. I think to ultimately get to a point where it's going to use, you made a comment earlier, and an expectation with or there should be more potential use of this policy going forward. So that they're the points, they're the actions that we're going to be taking forward. And I'd like to see if there are any particular reflections on what it says or further actions.
Thank you, Phil. And I don't need to remind anyone of this table right now. I don't know how important this paper is for us this morning. In the light of the current situation, we find ourselves in the communities and indeed within our own organization. This is one of the major tools we have. So we need to make sure that A, it's right, and B, it's being used. And can I thank everybody so far who's been involved in the videos that we have out. Stephen is out around the table right now, but yeah, we will we'll take this forward and indeed use it to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Jude.
Yes, so I've got 4 points if it's fine. I think that when embarked it's got a lot of challenges, and I think it's I think part of it's also part of evaluating. So I think measuring the efficacy or potentially evaluating by look at how many, which as you say, it's a modest amount that available. But I am more confident that people are using that principles of this, which is earlier conversations about boundaries, which is what it's aimed for. It'd be ideal if we never said that. I guess my second point is, I think what we've done is, like we've said a lot, we've underestimated the accessible policies, and like where we're looking at other policies, we need to have this in a very, very translatable and accessible way. And so these readers then and we attach those to the draft to the minutes of possible that we can have a look at that. The third point is that the training isn't just about where the policy is and what it says, so how we apply it. But it links into scenario basis, particularly some of the things we've already discussed around we find difficult to practice, and some people find it difficult to cross boundaries, and also to see where there is a boundary, because some of these don't just happen, they are slippery slopes, and we can see issues being thread. So it goes beyond just saying there's a policy here and how we test this. It's the thing we're going to have to do is around the scenarios. And I suppose the final thing, and this is something to Toby and I have discussed in the only increasing ethical elements of secret law. And this obviously does pose a difficult dilemma, and we know, particularly we've seen discussions with the NOx review around the engagement and what I mean. So we have got a section at the LDO around ethical decision making. I feel I do more work in that aspect. I think that's really interesting. Yeah, thank you, Julie. Yeah.
It's really good. I think you've said it beautifully. It provides a good opportunity to learn about our policy deployment method, because we've had this and another bite at that, and then we've had this and another bite. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to go again. It's classically considered approach when we have complex behavioural change, because it's not policy deployment, it's behavioural change interventions that we're trying to make. So I would just suggest that, I remember Justin talking about this many years ago, for those who remember Justin, what your policy deployment method, and we all kind of look to our shoes and kind of, oh, we don't really have one. And I think it's probably time we just have a think about it.
Yes, so I'll make the point I'm going to make in a minute, just to help Dave's policy deployment. We've had 4 discussions about that over the last 4 months in CLA. So, but we do have a process that we're intending to use, Dave. So I think this contribute into that. My point is going to be, I mean, so all reminds me a little bit of VAR, doesn't it? I mean, we're looking from where obviously VAR is based at decisions other people have or haven't made. And I think, Phil, when we come to the work that needs to be done over the next 3 to 6 months, I think it needs to be done to that time frame, not another 1 year time. Yeah, I was interested in the quality of decision making not to apply a card, as I am how many cards to apply, which is where I think the radar functionality is key, because it will give us a solid number of situations, all of which may result in no cards, but we'll learn something about that decision making. That feels to me quite an important next step over the next few months. And the second point was going to be, when we walk this through at CLA, and obviously we're walking through at least conference in a different forum with Liz and Carly on Tuesday, I was really struck by Andy Heitman's point that there were upsides to this being considered as an anti-racism intervention, and no downsides to it being considered as an anti-racism intervention. And I think it's worth us just mulling on that. It may be that there's one coin with 2 sides, and we need to almost have 2 launchers that are not contradictory, but do start in different places. I just thought, as an expression of why people might not engage with this policy, I thought that was an interesting point to reflect on it. And just to be clear, that he's not here to better explain his point. I didn't hear that as, let's not talk about racism because it's all awkward, as is evidenced by Andy's video. I think his point was, what's the most helpful jumping off point here? And I think it's worth, me and others reflecting on that. I thought it was a good point, it's been discussed.
Yeah. You're on to Lee and then second.
This naturally looks at the one side of having a policy, which is the what we do when something happens. But I guess there's also the side of having something like this in place and how it kind of gives people the confidence that we've got their backs, that we're supporting them.
Yeah.
And it is, obviously, it's much harder to measure. It's kind of wondering that hopefully whether people feel this is the right policy, that we really taking action and doing the right things, for how it feels.
On someone. Big up.
Thank you, Carl. So, I think we have, and we explicitly talk about in our strategy, our value of psychological safety, and that is for our patients and our staff. I think you made a really excellent point that it is about supporting staff, but it's also about supporting the patients working in environments, and they see a lot of patients exhibiting violence and racism and xenophobia and other things. And so it is, the boundaries are not just around the person, and also what's involved, and the patients around, and also, I do agree with you, it's very hard to measure, but it is about how it links in with our psychological safety, but also around our workforce support.
Just expanding on what Jude's already said, within the paper on page 11, there's a number of comments that haven't reported, haven't shared. There was part of that journey that people changed the deployment of the policy. Staff members, for whatever reason, don't fully implement the policy and apply principles. Phil mentioned it as an review only this week. We heard a very strong comment that had been used. When those mentioned that comment, and you would have accepted the policy to be applied, but it hadn't been considered fully at that moment in time. So we need to understand something reason, some of that delaying from staff members, and some of that is, the thought it was reportable, the thought it would affect the patient-therapeutic relationship. So how do we get them to make those changes? Yes, the training from the learn half day is great, but it was the application of the policy, the reality, will help us achieve some of that.
Thank you, Colin.
No, sorry, no, there's other people are aware.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I said I was, no, it wasn't, no.
Sarah then.
Yeah, I think the nature of the policy, because it's a management response, management reaction, and because they've had those severe consequences, then it can be seen as punitive in nature. But I think on the other hand, we can encourage people to have early conversations, which I think is the Jude's point. You're then creating a cultural change, and so what you're doing by having the yellow and red card, that we are putting some boundaries down, but if you make it focus, the early conversations about this being acceptable, then I think hopefully people will, because people are probably thinking doesn't want that, this could lead to a red eye, but it's taken every opportunity to say this is unacceptable. If you're using that policy, then you're doing it in the context of having boundaries as well. So I think it's how do we present that. We can make it a preventative vehicle, but at the moment it looks like it's a reactive one. Thinking about turning on its head, and when we think about how we present it, focusing on the
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Maria.
Yeah, I just would do, there might be some link in, I think people have got to saying, but something here mentioned about harms from staff to patients. There was good policy somewhere that possibly is linking in there, because fines the line which they accepted behaviour policy, I expect to see the whole picture. And then also staff on staff, because what happens inside the organisation is also what's happening outside the organisation. And this policy, whilst it's got its purpose, it's about public safety of work, it's about psychological safety of staff. There is a look at the picture, it's not easy to navigate that by looking at policies as to where I would go as a patient. For my own psychological safety, I thought I was using my regression or it was part of our organisation. Actually, we can look for what's in the
So we come back.
Okay, so I strongly agree with the last point. I think at the time we did this, we envisaged there would be an additional policy, and I think I'm not sure we then quite configured that. So this is an opportunity. Two things. One, just to remind us that Steve had a point on my duties X report, which we deferred to now. So, yeah, we need to see if that's been fully dealt with or not in the second, if Steve wants to come back. What I was going to make was that, I think we had a fascinating discussion in the Children's Care Group Deliver Review on Tuesday about how safe do I feel visiting certain houses. And I think, you know, even in our conversation, the mind's eye of this discussion is obviously mental health, ward inpatients, etc., etc. And I think when we think about how we're trying to conceptualise this policy, you know, we need to include in that how safe does it feel to me going and visiting this house in this place? Because even in that space, there is clearly quite a lot of that's just the job, that's just how it is. We need to be clear what protections we're providing in that situation.
Really, really important point. That we have got staff who are working in the community and going into people's homes. And we have to acknowledge the vulnerability of our staff in that state. Very, very important.
Yeah.
Steve, would you, the point that you made earlier,
Lee's point builds on it, Catherine, in terms of who staff feel that there seems to be action, and I suppose it's a cultural shift in today's point of our policy deployment. Thinking about as a staff member, if I'm unable to escalate my concerns about feeling racism in the workplace, how do I then negotiate that in terms of this policy raising that there's an issue with a patient who has been outwardly racist? And then the wider concern that I have is around the political branding of this. So already seeing an MP complaint almost asking us as an organisation to justify our decision.
Yeah.
With that, so the questions that are asked feel quite loaded in terms of why was the red card given, what's the evidence to support it, what warrants this decision, and how have we built the evidence?
It's good MPs to raise take a point, but it was
a good point too. Bill, would you like to come back? It's your report. Is there anything you want to?
I think the comments have been really useful and will help us take it forward. I think there are things that we've said more thing and what we've said we'll do there. And I think we talked about coming back and keeping this under review. And I think that to Tony's point of getting this into a better frame of understanding how many times it's being referred to. So Sarah, your point as well about how it's used in a different. It's all about the end. It's about its use, and we need to try and build in a way about which we can try and measure that. If that's through radar, and we know that there are certain hundreds, perhaps even more, incidents of this nature, we should be able to try and see a clearer path of its effectiveness, not just in the fact that over thousands of measurements eventually.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of the other work that's going on around supporting our stance around the big agency is really important.
Thank you. Could we therefore receive and know the outcome of the survey to assess the implementation of the acceptable behaviour policy? And indeed note and support the planned action to raise further the awareness and use of the policy as appropriate across the trust. Absolutely is in the values that this organisation holds to us.
So with that, can we answer to the action log Maria's point about the policy or circumstances that are not covered by this, particularly given that we had intended to do that and hadn't then done it, which is on me. So if we do,
we will add that to the actions. Thank you very much. Maria. Would we agree to do that? Thank you. We have 5 minutes. I was going to take the next item, but I indulged you all with more time than this item because it's only one item. But we'll raise can probably still skip in fact. We can spend all these on screen once to go to lunch, please do, but there are different bits I need to do. So first of all, we did mention we have 2 people leaving today. This is their last board meetings. Lee actually leaves us. We've got his ass for another
2 weeks.
So there's some little presentations that have happened. Could I again thank Lee a lot, because the next director role is about learning and training and being part of us. And I hope we've done you justice for your enthusiasm and commitment and being here and joining in and all of that. So I hope that your experience here has been what it should have been, really, but it's given you that training. Wherever you go, you're going to make somebody a really good name. You are. So it's a small contribution from us. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone around the table today and those not around the table. Kath and Sarah in particular, they've given me time every single month and helping my development, but everyone on board here has been fantastic, and this, from each and every one of you, I've been learning things. It's been a fabulous opportunity. I've been able to learn so much about Ardash and what wonderful trust is. It's been a real honour and a privilege to be part of that, but also what I've been able to learn. My confidence has absolutely gone through the roof since being there. I definitely felt there's confidence to talk to around the board table now. I very much do. I hope I can bring some of those things elsewhere. And obviously, apart from the person, just the fact that Ardash has supported this role, it isn't something that is in most organisations, and it really does show the commitment to developing the leaders of the future and to making sure we've got lived experiences and improving the diversity of that also. I think it's a real testament to Ardash.
Well, thank you for taking the trouble once you've already over Sheffield down to Cambridgeshire to continue to make the journey, which I think driving from flipping Cambridgeshire. So thank you, and then John does. And we have a small presentation, please, which you will not blame me or Bill. Sit with the chief executive.
Yes.
Thanks, totally.
Okay, well, I don't quite know where the presentation is, so now, there's now quite a lot of funny looking man in the room. Phil is now going to deliver his presentation, unless it's got lost in us. And maybe a certain amount of time. We will immediately break for lunch after the gift has been delivered, so that's okay. It's all right. This is not great viewing for those on the screen, but obviously, is as is a massive fan of this particular sport, and it's appropriate hands over this gift. On that note, before anybody says anything embarrassing, can I strongly suggest we break for lunch?
Welcome to
I'm a bit like that.
Hot Folk from Canada. Dr. Folk, who's joined us on screen. So look at the difference what he went for.
He's not allowed to speak now, so we can all say yeah.
Yeah, if you have a husky, so thank you, everybody. Could I bring you back to the agenda and start with item 21, which is the research and innovation plan. Obviously, we've already agreed 5 of the 8. So we can raise that to 7 today, and we'll hand over to Dermot for the introduction of the research and innovation plan.
Thanks, Kath. So people have seen this in kind of previous iterations of previous boards, and this has obviously been to boards and committees as well to kind of work on. And so I think hopefully people are familiar with the paper, given that that those various iterations have been around for some time. So in terms of kind of the substantial changes that have been made since this was last kind of aired here, it's mainly kind of around the areas of innovation. That's probably kind of the major kind of change that's kind of been made to the plan, because I think probably previously as a trust we probably had kind of quite a niche understanding of what was innovation, kind of seeing kind of like innovative drug kind of being trialled, that that would be kind of the trust approach to innovation. But obviously the concept of innovation is a lot wider. We probably weren't capturing those sorts of small eye innovations in a systemic way, and kind of really kind of promoting those sorts of innovation work streams. And so kind of that's kind of the main kind of cut of thrust of the changes to the paper in terms of highlighting with big R research, little R research, big I innovation, and small I innovation. I think as we've kind of seen kind of in some of the earlier board items, we're going through a lot of pace of change at the moment, and that's likely to only continue kind of moving forward. And so I think it's going to be really important that kind of where we kind of do, make those, small I innovations, that, we have the ability to kind of capture those quality metrics. And, so that's going to be kind of a real focus. And, if we kind of, think also back to, what we were talking about with neurodiversity, kind of looking at kind of productivity, small kind of changes to, how we run services, how we kind of run things, how we optimize information flows, all those sorts of things can lead to potential productivity gains. And again, that's going to be kind of, a big area of focus, I think, not just for those services that we discussed earlier, but kind of more widely. I'm sure everyone's kind of read the 10-year plan cover to cover.
Oh, right.
And so has an understanding of the impact of kind of neighbourhood health and kind of neighbourhood working. I think we've also kind of got to be mindful that the trust has been successful in 2 areas, Rotherham and Doncaster. And obviously there is kind of going to be work that we're going to be doing in North Links in that area as well. And so given that those are going to give rise to, potentially different, slightly different ways of working, again, it's important those innovations are captured and kind of recorded and evaluated properly. And so hopefully this kind of research innovation plan would give the board assurance that we are kind of going to be kind of capturing that. And also there's the research areas that we focus on, the big 6, healthy aging, neurodiversity, amongst others. Won't read them all out, but it's kind of set kind of what we see with the priorities. So in terms of kind of the innovation, those 3 areas that I just spoke about in terms of kind of research, the focus would be not to the exclusion of the things, but there would be a focus on those what we're calling the super 6. Happy to take any questions there.
I just think really nice it was to see health services research included as well as what you might call more clinical areas of research. Good to see that we're in that space as well. Questions? Yeah.
Yeah, really good discussion about this, that when you're talking about what does the word innovation mean to people. Some people think it's something really whiz-bang, brand new, cutting edge, and trying to get people to feel comfortable. That small things can be innovative, as you said, Jen, but also to not shy away from coming forward, because sometimes people feel, oh, I'll say this is good practice, that people might turn around and say, well, we're doing this, if that's not innovative. Just trying to dispel some of that. We also talked about the ability to fail, and that's part of the innovation process. So we've got innovation workshops on Tuesday afternoon at the Leaders Conference to start to try and dispel some of that. And we've got a few videos around failure being acceptable in terms of innovation, and also the marginal gains are important in terms of innovation, and not that big bang like once in a lifetime idea. So most people who are in the room will be there, so we'll be able to have some conversations about it then.
Thank you, Julie.
I was just going to build on that. I think that hopefully some of that scene setting of what innovation is, hopefully people will be able to see through the Leaders Conference and the QI poster prize. We had kind of over 60 entries in the end, and some of them, these kind of relatively small changes that had quite big impact. Some are kind of quite whiz bang things. You know, so it's kind of a real mixture. I think it's kind of hopefully going to be useful to people to see that, you know, we want to kind of capture the full breadth of those sorts of innovative approaches.
Yeah, thank you. Did I see your hand?
No.
Gosh.
Yeah, it just, I think it's just how we can start to think how to deepen this more. So, for example, we've talked about the opening of a new service. We're launching HDU. We're doing virtual wards, lots of different things, and it takes quite a significant nudge to go. Have you thought about evaluating it?
Yeah.
So it's not a natural. Oh, it's new. Let's evaluate it. So we're still at the strong nudging stage, and I think at some point what we need to be people going is, and I'm going to do that as well. So I just think it's still a little bit more of a shift around some of that.
Yeah, I Richardson spot. I mean, I think that's very helpful because the discussion I had with the public health committee, because I suppose it seems to be the innovation journey we're going to go. It's a little bit like the risk journey we began a couple of years ago. All that mean, frame it like that, and by which I mean that discussions of risk are now relatively pervasive. Now, having been very complimentary about things from delivery reviews over the first part of this week, I think it'd be fair to reflect that some of the risk conversations there illustrated we've got quite a lot further to go and do. But I suppose my point is the risk journey has been slightly enabled by having a certain amount of you've got to fill that in. That goes there. And I think maybe what, as a group of leaders, we've got to reflect on outside the room, maybe in EG and CLE is, well, what's the equivalent of that for innovation? Yes, we've got some but what are the things that kind of mean you kind of got to stop and have that nudge conversation? If we're going to take innovation on that journey over the next couple of years, maybe we're going to need some of that without sucking the joy out of it. And I think that's the.
Yeah, I just read so much Promise 8 in this as well, Dermot, which I don't think you reference it, but in a discreet way through the Super 6, there's elements that are looking at, you know, for example, the link between physical health and mental health. So it's really welcome. It's really enjoy reading this. Thank you.
What's a good read? I like the way my mind reading it too.
I won't take all the credit. There's a lot of people that have worked on this, but
But it needs a change of. I think the paper makes this clear, but to make it clear here, this position's grounded research in a slightly different way. Grounded research sees itself as historically research and innovation. The paper sees grounded research as lots of research and a bit of innovation, and the management has to lead on innovation. And I you know, that's shared in the sense we all have a lot of time for our colleagues in grounded research, but we will need to recognise they're going to go on that journey with us, and that isn't necessarily a journey they were expecting until maybe 6, 8, 9 months ago. So it's just worth being clear that that's part of the dynamic we behave.
So rule trust wide rather than just building on particular. Right. If we're all done, then we need to approve the plan. As it is now finalised, so we approve the plan. And recognise the priority given to the research Big 6. And recognise the change in approach to innovation. You do that? Thank you. Smashing. To item 22, which is the provider capability assessment, which sounds, well, it does sound, it's quite giving a flavour of what it is. We have this self-assessment to make. This is new. This is a national requirement. It goes in 27 days. So we have got a little bit of time to put in additional comments, and they are welcome, particularly today, because it needs to be complete and accurate and something that we all sign up to. You'll agree, I hope, that the first draft is very positive about where we are. And with 15 out of 16 greens, but I'll hand over to Phil to talk about the why and the what we've done. But this is important. So over to you, Phil.
Thank you, Kath. Yes, it's a new plan, part of, I think, a number of things that we as a provider are facing in terms of what I see as sort of an increase in sort of regulatory interest in things, and Toby mentioned before, league table, and so the segmentation of that as well. And I've got there's a national dial-in in the afternoon. I think I find out a bit more out and probably about how we are responding to it and what's expected. But essentially, the paper it sets out, as Cass said, we make a self-assessment. The oversight team will review that, provide some feedback, and it becomes an ongoing process for us. This is a first draft. Yes, I think it is purposely a positive one, a realistic one though. We've got till the 22nd of October to submit. I'm sure that there may be comments and questions or suggestions today, but I think if we were to set a deadline about the 10th of October for any other outside that would give us then, subject to your agreement, when I said it was, that's myself, Chap, Toby and Dave. There's a small cohort who will meet prior to the final submission to sign that off. So obviously the cover sheet and the paper about probably no expectation of changing the rank rating in those, but I think we can, well, I'm sure we can support with our comments and perhaps our evidence to really make sure it's a robust positive response that we're going to make. It aligns to other things that we are undertaking, and hopefully reflective of that, and in particular, as I said, the one area where, for example, in the annual government statements and other areas, policy report, we have acknowledged around the area for improvement around the quality related matters. So happy to take any questions and any suggestions within the things we've got today, and as recently about the 10th of October from any of that enhancing.
Open to questions and comments. Like to hear your opinion on whether you think the evidence that has given us 15 out of 16 greens is robust, particularly.
Yeah, I think it does. I guess the piece on quality just feels the lightest evidentially on the outcomes data that we get. So I guess we know there's a journey that we're going on, and it's in on the promises, and we kind of get stronger at that. But so that I'm glad that wasn't a full green. But judging by the criteria that's put down, I agree with the criteria that's put down. I think inwardly, and as board we've talked, we've probably got further to go in that space.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are we happy with it?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Dave said. It is also optically interesting, the 16 criteria, and 2 of them about quality of care. I'm not trying to win an award for piety, but you know, you would have thought somebody would have thought about the optics of that. So it is a little bit iffy. The one where I've given Phil notice that I was just going to raise this question is indicator 9. Staff can express concerns in an open and constructive environment. Yeah, which we would all want to be manifestly. You know, from my read of it, and I think the paper says this, is that if you take the first 3 key lines of inquiry, which are very procession and very foot-serving, you know, I think we've probably got quite a positive story to tell. But when you get down to, does everybody feel we've got a safe reporting culture? And is the trust now on staff surveys across peers, for example, on that item? The reality is we are. So I guess, particularly because you said after today you don't particularly want to change colours, I'm just wanting to see whether I'm the only one who wonders if that's a little tiny bit more amber green than green. But it's really about the weighting of the key line of inquiry.
Anyone with any comments? Colleen, perhaps, yeah.
From staff survey perspective, James Hatfield is the Freedom to Speak Up Garden has done some work with Steve Juvenile in recent weeks. And we are on a downward trajectory for our stores, for our quality and being able to speak up and for a safety culture. So I think it's about the full Toby's raised. Some of the other areas does the board actively engage. We've had James here with his presentations, but the workforce of colleagues are telling us a different story through the staff survey, whilst recognising it was only 56% response rate, so there is that caveat on there, but we do have a significant proportion responding to the survey in those areas of concern. So we do need to reference that there, and it's something we are working on to try and improve. We've got Freedom to Speak Up Week coming up, but James is looking to do some work in the here and now
because we are in staff survey season as well, but we won't look live on Monday this week.
I'm sort of hearing that perhaps at least considering an amber green for that is perhaps wise.
What do you think, Phil?
It's really good that you've given that insight. I think, as you've said to me, I think if there are scales on this, we've got some really positive sign things there, and we've clearly got some work to do, and perhaps you know articulating that in a really clear way in terms of the things that we are doing in recognition. I think I could convince myself that whilst I have said I'm not changing, I think on balance that probably goes us toward an area where we are recognising similar areas and there is room for improvement that we're target for work forward.
Yeah. I think, as I recall, there's only the increase on detriment on perception of detriment that we've gone on. But equally, it's the same across the whole of it. So we're not an outlier in that. But I think on balance, you kind of go, we should be better.
I think what we're grappling, which is why Phil's going to have a fantastic Monday, is it's a little bit unclear how the other party in this process, i.e. the region, who barely know who we are going to provide their side. The data point that's just been referenced by Carly is one of about 5 data points they can see. And so I'm going to look at that thing, well, if that's what, they're going to look at us saying we're great, then really? I suppose that, so there is a tactical element to this being blunt as well, although that's the word tactical in a minute.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's a good challenge actually, Toby, because for me, the freedom to speak up process with their choose to hit their voices, and we've got other things telling us. There are people who aren't raising their voices and they're anonymously trying to tell us that through the staff survey. And I think it's too easy as a board to think, oh, well, we've had our freedom to speak up before, we get trainings come every year. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? So I think that, but equally, I think we need to be balanced in our self-assessment, because we could end up finding something for every single one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I get that.
But on the whole, I think it would be, I think it would be a reasonable thing to think about and agree with that one.
Yeah.
If we left it for Phil to discuss this with Colleen and Toby and come to a conclusion, but the board would not oppose dropping this to an amber green, is that where we are? But we'll leave the final decision. Obviously, part of this decision is that Dave and I, as chair and vice chair, and Toby and Phil have the final sign off for this before it goes in. So we can see it then and take into account any further discussions that have taken place outside of this board. No, but it is a good challenge, and if these things have any point, they've got to be honest.
We think that this is going to appear, I suppose if we borrow your language, Kath, as a sort of asterisk process in the league table.
Yeah.
We're not entirely clear how that will work.
Yeah.
So if you're, I don't know, a very, very famous eye hospital of London, you appear to have been the #1 rated trust in the entire country, but your chairman and chief executive have both been sacked in the last 12 months. So presumably your board self-assessment is going to look great. How's that going to work?
Yeah.
So let's see how it plays out, and we'll keep you advised. I'm not making a nasty point about Morphos. It's a wonderful organisation, but I don't quite understand how the two things are going to be weighted unless you're going to have some very confusing things for the public to understand. We're brilliant, but our management's rareful. It's going to be quite a tricky story.
I'm just vaguely interested in how many trusts to put in forward.
Yeah.
The self-assessment is, that they just completely put in 16 grades and.
Well, I think given the weighting of the finances, Kath, I think that's going to be very different for a lot of trusts. I appreciate we've got our DFS, debt support challenge, but it would be difficult for a lot of the trusts in South Yorkshire, for example, to go green on all of those financial indicators unless again to have a very peculiar view of their own numbers. So let's see.
Yeah.
Maybe one that needs to come out of Monday will be how kind of self-flagellating is this process going to be? Self-congratulatory.
interesting self-assessment, but, if there are no further questions.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I've just
Oh,
got-
Richard, my apologies.
It's a really small subsection, I suppose, of number 7, which is about staff feedback, improving quality of care. A lot of the evidence we've taken is how we receive the information. So, we go from here, we go from here. But the last question is, can the board evidence action taken in response to staff feedback?
I think we will be able to.
Okay.
So I think part of what has to happen now is put a lot more evidence in.
Yeah.
It's a fair challenge, but I think we have got I'm not saying you haven't stopped to think about it, but when we all stop to think about it and brainstorm for an hour,
Yeah.
I think we will be able to evidence quite a lot of things we've adjusted based on staff feedback. But if we can't, then
And probably can, I suppose, the question is, can the board do that? So you, me, Toby and Jude, and it might be at that brainstorm, I suppose, I'm just trying to think.
Yeah.
So they catch Sarah and go, right, tell us about that.
yeah,
And it might be that the brainstorm you talked about, we might need to just bring in here.
sure. Although I don't think the board is a board meeting, I think the
No.
board is a group of people, but I still take the force of your point.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. So with that in mind, thank you. What we need to do is receive and note the changes to the regulatory environment, that this is new and this will not go away. So this is the new requirement which was set against the provider capability framework. Bill has kindly.
The PCA is what will come to me now.
It will, they absolutely will. We have received, noted and reviewed the initial self-assessment, which I think we absolutely done. And then you need to delegate approval of the final self-assessment to Chair, Vice Chair, Chief Executive and Director of Corporate Assurance. So we get it in for the 22nd of October and then we'll receive an update in November. We do that in November, yeah? Thank you.
Coming back to this item, can I just ask to be reminded the approach to the well-led assessment, which is different to this, but but it's the same, so can you just remind us where we're up to with that? So again, I think I've given notice to this question.
So we will be, our intention is that in Q4, we will have been through a tender process and identified a partner, externally commissioned partner to give us, work with us on taking a well-led assessment of the organisation, which is something we have done for the trust before, but not for a while and certainly not to capture the current law, the current operating things, because that will be taken back on top of.
Who's framing that? Are you framing that?
I'm working, I think myself and Pauline are going to work on a scope around that and undertake the tender process. And then obviously everybody will be involved with the agreement.
Just as something they are really finding the well-led criteria at the moment. I've somehow been put on a working party that's doing that. And it's just remind us and CPC, but we are looking at what that means and what they look at, what the KPIs, I suppose, for well-led will be. We'll see what comes out of that process. But the budget paper will get a well-led review, whether we're working to the current criteria or in fact new ones, but fingers crossed.
Still think it's worth doing. We haven't done one here in at least 3 years.
Yeah.
And so I recognise we may end up doing one and then another one relatively soon afterwards, but I still think it's going to be worth in Q4 unless it's wildly over.
Oh no, I think we absolutely
doing.
I'm not in any disagreement with that. Thank you. We'll move to 23, which is the medium-term financial plan, which, believe it or not, is in his name. So you've been looking at this while, haven't you, as a board? It does set out an agreed route. Well, it sets out a route that we agree we need to be at, which is a place where we put in a no deficit plan. We've all agreed that's what we want to do. So we need to set a balanced budget. That's going to be a big achievement over the next 3 years. It is. So the forward look is a mix of sort of big cost improvement, marginal gain, but I think the important thing is that we have as a whole completely. We will put in plans. This gets us there. His answer, which is
Is this one of the asterisks?
No, it's an asterisk part, it's an asterisk about my apologies, we will take questions. That will respond at the end of that. Dave, I think.
So, the tariff deflator and the SIP delivery requirements, are they two separate downward numbers? Or is one the consequence of the other?
Yes, okay, I'll give you the differentiate between like it, John.
Take questions and then it's asked will reply to all questions. Yeah.
Just a question where it sort of hints a couple of times that we may be given some ability to use cash as capital. Is that linked to the new sort of segmentation and possible freedoms in the future? And just saying which is an excellent one.
I think it's an excellent one. Colin, too?
And just a simply one, not a question, more of a reflection. To reflect on the cultural shift for our managers with financial reporting and accountability, and alongside that the consequences for not delivering within their financial budget. But that is a huge change for us as an organisation.
So I've got two questions. One is, could you at some point just say a little bit more about sort of margin brackets, waste funding elements of that? So just picking up Carlin's point, I think that's one of the bigger changes for us culturally, notwithstanding the SGIU. And then my second one is on our mutually favourite topic of funding or otherwise of national pay elements. Could you just say something about what is assumed in this document currently, so that over the 4 years we're not surprised if he says what will be, but just tell us what is assumed. I think would be really helpful.
Questions, Tom? Over to you, Isabel.
So, thank you. So I suppose to this point, the tariff deflator is the amount that is included within the annual guidance every year. So we get a percentage, so we get 5% given to us by our commissioners. They then recommend a national deflator that says we're going to take a percent or two off you for expected efficiency that you should be delivering. So that's almost the baseline efficiency that NHS England requires to deliver. The overall SIP required is the figure that includes that tariff deflator, but then also factors in things like doesn't not refunded property, the pay award, energy pressures, any investments that we might need to make.
So it's not looking at 1+1.
Yeah, it's just
really looking at
yes, the SIP required. Yeah, the deflator is a subset of that particular number. Joe, your sort of question about the cash to capital. Yeah, so there is reference to the new way will be managed as providers, that there will be some freedoms. So freedoms are quite vague, and it talks about various things that happen in place that happen. There's also reference to private finance initiative type sort of models that might appear later on the year. So again, it's been very vague nationally at the minute. There's no specifics around it. But yeah, if that opened up, that could potentially give us an opportunity, if we're in the right segmentation and we're doing all the things we're meant to be doing, just then do more on capital by using our cash balances. Colleen's point around financial reporting accountability, I think we've seen a little bit of that this year, I think, with our directorate approach, because we have had some a directorate that's had its delegation taken away and given back. And that is different. I think it'll need to develop a little bit more, maybe get a little bit more nuanced, I think, as the years go on. Because I'm still, there's certain directors that are managing their finances really well and getting it, others that need more support, and that's a mix of, you know, upskilling the directors themselves, but also the finance support into that as well. I think, and how we support the bank fund services as part of that, I think, is going to be key. So beyond marginal growth element, I suppose what the paper sets out is almost the £10 million that we need to get to a current balance in 26-27, but then recognises that that level of savings isn't sustainable year on year. So we have to find a different way of sort of balancing our books. And yes, the HBIU is a good first step in that, and that gives us a sizable dividend towards our 26-27 plan. However, we're going to have to target some level of that every year, whether that's a mix of new services or whether that's discussion with our commissioners about MIS and growth funding, which we then use against our existing plans that we've got in place to sort of deliver our strategy to the key parts of that. I think one of the national pay award elements of it within the paper, we have got an assumption that pressure from pay wars continues every year. So that is already baked in within the next 4 years and those numbers that you can see. So that's about £1 million to £1.5 million each year of a continued pay war shortfall. If that gets rectified, then we will be in surplus rather than in balance in those future years, or we can potentially use that. But however, the national conversations at the minute are very much around continuing the existing arrangements, the local systems to address it, which is where we've been for the last 3-4 years. So I think the way we set it out is probably how it will play out. I think if that changes, then that's a bonus to the organisation.
Thank you. And to really pay tribute to the work that's been done to get us to this place, because there will be many board meeting this week who are not in this. So this doesn't happen without a lot of work. Commitment. Yes. So we have noted and discussed.
Oh, my last word, Joe.
Yeah.
So I just want therefore to draw the board's attention to the fact that the 4-year plan contains £11.1 million reduced of growth and margin target over 4 years. I have no difficulty with that, but somewhere in the next 6 months we will be asked, give us a clue what you thought that was. Yeah, so perfectly reasonable perhaps to say, well, we thought 6 million of it over 4 years might come out of ICB growth of £8 million, but we're going to need to have some sort of setting up a children's home, creating a this service, creating a that service type conversations over the next 6 months. That's at least offer a hypothesis about where that income will come from. And I also think those into the next paper gap, our staff will hope for the same. Yeah, because that's the only alternative in here to cuts.
Absolutely.
So I think it's worthwhile work for both reasons. And we'll think about as an exec group when we have our wedding in November, how we might do that work over the first 3 or 5 months of next year. That's thanks. Thank you.
So having noted and discussed the key assumptions within the plan, note the requirement to identify 10 million of savings in 26-27 and the income growth needed to sustain underlying financial balance, which will come back and is very important. And we then can approve the medium-term financial plan, recognising routine reporting against these assumptions will then become part of how it operates. We agree to do that? Thank you. And 224, which is the 26-27 savings programme. We've got half an hour for this, but we may, I'm not sure whether we have colleagues listening, and we may well do, that's absolutely fine, we're no mentions from the board. We're anxious, you know, they will be anxious, and we understand that. So Toby did set out in early September the forward financial ask in his blog to staff and partners. But I'm going to go to Caroline, as our student, to narrate the next, what will happen over the next 8 to 10 weeks. I'm going to kick off with Caroline.
So we spent some time working through what the options are for the forthcoming financial year. And that was initially labelled as Plan B. That narrative has been reported on from a national perspective. So I think the narrative we have been using is now from a national perspective. So some learnings for us there and some reflections. But recognising, and colleagues may be listening, and we've had discussions within the organisation, none of these decisions are easy decisions for us. Recognising over the past 3 years, we've had the CIPs where all of the directorates have focused on delivering more savings. Some of those have been about vacant posts, about reviewing the non-pay. The easier options, I'm not saying they were easier options, but we don't have any of those now. We've previously described from our side thing where we take a bit off the service, moving forward into next year. What we're now looking at is what do we stop doing? What do we do very differently? What do we test the market with? Recognising the challenges that come with that, but also having anxiety that brings. We've seen that play out within the Irish workforce in the past few weeks, where, and we won't please everybody, we have to recognise that no matter what the common strategy are, we all hear messages differently and we want to react in a different way. Some colleagues want all of the information up front whilst we're still working through some of those areas, and other colleagues want to wait until there's something much more concrete, something much more further. So we need to recognise that and support colleagues through the change. What we are looking to do though is have a good run up this side of Christmas to work up the plans with an intention, if feasible, to bring something back much more detail for the November board, but recognising the amount of work that needs to go in from here to November and potentially into December as well, to make sure those plans are meaningful and credible. And then moving into Q4 with the hope of having a full year effect, because we work on the basis of a £10 million saving, recognising if we don't deliver all of those at the start of the year, we'll have further savings to make within the year. What we are proposing is the consultation process that starts in Q4, and that ensures parity across the workforce. So if one scheme doesn't start and they have all of the vacancies, a suitable alternative employment for the scheme that they last, and this is much reduced vacancies. Recognising the NHS from a broader perspective may be missing the place. So we reference some of the ICB changes and some of the delays there. There's going to be large scale system change. No matter how well we implement a change management programme, that brings harm. That's proven from the research effective. So what we very much need to is do all of that detailed work with colleagues, look at what is possible, the art of the possible, do that engagement early, because colleagues will have ideas this side of Christmas for implementation thereafter. So I'm hand over to Jude, Isles and Toby, for anything further to that.
Yeah, thank you, Carol.
Yeah, so, see, we, you know, the comments about a few additional points that put in. The reason whether there is a multi-professional team in place and miles. Totally is something and having in me and then wider because this isn't a total plan. It's sometimes it is a plan we've all got to make as a responsible board and also it will be as well. We are sensitive to the fact that this is entering the space that others haven't been in before because we've been able to make some of the changes without having significant state now. So it's building on Islam sites and that we spoke about is mainly full service. I think we've got to be really honest about that. I think it's really helpful that we're having this discussion in public because of that. This is a thing that is really and those so there, but it's got to be aware of how to do. And it's not something that we're just doing, it's something that the whole of the country is doing, although it doesn't stop it from very close not using that depending about it. I guess I speak as a person who is about the structure and information, obviously really close to the and other colleagues as well. And Ryan Schultz, we are taking a very patient focused approach. And also looking at our partnerships and about what can only be delivered by us and also what can be delivered in a more partnership or evolved back to what. I guess building on that then, what we know as Carol says, this is going to be tough and we know somebody learned to this space and this organisation when it delivered something different and when it delivers something different then it will deliver again in 6 months and a year's time. And therefore we're likely to see that the kind of stuff, also some moral injury there, where people say, well, this isn't what I signed up for. And we've got to be in a position that we recognise that, pre-plan for that, and sitting alongside that, how very the processes make people feel as psychologically safe as possible. And that doesn't mean not doing it. What that means is making sure that it is done in a formalised way that follows the processes and also is quick so that people aren't dragged down. And having something that traumatises them over a long time.
So I was going to sort of close up this bit and then we kindly agreed it is as and answer all the questions. So I probably wanted to make 3 or 4 points and I'm largely referencing materials in paragraphs 2.4 and paragraphs 2.2. 2.2 respectively, being reminding us of things that we agreed in July that are now being, for want of a better term, implemented, at least one of which involves some of our members of staff from March or April of next year being paid less money. So I think I don't say that to be dramatic, it just is important we're all carrying with ourselves the decisions that we've made. But then what 2.4 talks to is the overall programme. I suppose I want to make there 3 points. So the first point, I recognise that it's conceptually difficult for all of us to think about a left shift where we are proposing community teams may get smaller. I completely get that. It is also the case that by community teams we mean a very large number of different things. And what isn't necessarily being suggested here is that every bit of every community team gets smaller. In fact, I think we can be clear based on our conversations as a board in August, that's almost certainly not what. But it is the case that not every element of our community provision going forward is going to be able to be sustained, particularly in a model where there is no income methodology, and it might the neighbourhood working leads us to a more generalist approach in some areas. And it is the case that we have significant variability between our geographies in terms of how we provide things. Some of which is completely sensible. And you would say now that's still the right answer. There are other things, just like our ward conversations, that are a legacy effect. And I think it's reasonable to look at. I don't say that to make this sound easy. In some ways, it makes it sound harder. As we get into this, I think we will find people saying to us, we'll just make it fair and take a bit of everyone. Yeah. And I think it's a perfectly legitimate conversation to have that conversation with a number of members of CLE, some of whom are listening in today. So I think we need to open ourselves up to the fact that people will have various different responses to how this should be transacted. Clearly, by the time we come back in November, what the paper sets out is that working with 5 care group directors and others, we will need to at least have a pretty clear idea of where we don't need change in some of our community teams, and at least a hypothesis of where we do need change. And I think there's a set meeting to kick off in a couple of weeks' time to work us through that, but it will involve some choices. And I don't think it involves simply proving which bits are more productive than others, because I think that's simplest. That's the first thing I want to say. Second thing I want to say is that I think the backbone changes are material, and I think both the colleagues who've spoken, historically we have got to the backbone indicator since 2023 by opportunistically removing cost. And I don't think that is what is largely being described here. I think what is being described here is choices about future function. I've already made it clear to the board that the 2 things referenced in my chief executive report are nothing to do with this, but there are other changes, some of which are suggested in this paper. That is not a definitive list, by which I mean some of those things may not proceed, and it definitely doesn't add up to £1 and a bit million at the moment, so it's not a full list. The final point I wanted to make before I come to a question that was asked by a member of staff, which she and I have agreed I will answer in the board meeting. I think it's important to recognise that we have been up to this point influenceable and should continue to. So this paper, for example, is far less focused on potential changes in clinical administration than the paper we discussed with CLE a week and a bit ago, in part because of the feedback from that meeting with respect to technology alternatives. I don't think we can keep swaying around, because as Jude says, we have to hit a timescale, and we have to hit a timescale for psychological safety reasons as well as cash out reasons. But I think we should remain influenceable. That is clearly true of our trade union partners. There have been discussions with trade union partners. We need to be clear we remain open to those discussions over the coming little while, and we will open up, if you like, an individual suggestions line over the course of the next little while to allow individuals to put things forward. And often you get some own nuggets in that. So it's important that the board is clear we would have that level of visibility. Diane Bird, who works in paying role in HR, had asked us a question which is about the board being clear that as we explore proposals, we will still continue to place an emphasis on keeping jobs within the local community. Now, if you think back to the definition of locality that we created for Promise 25, which is something around 25 miles either side of our geography, if people remember that bubble map, I'd be expecting we'd be able to give Diane that assurance. It may be the case she's seeking something a little bit more nested and a little bit more local, and I think it would be premature to say that. But I do notice that in the procurement indicators, accepting that procurement is not part of the savings scheme, we do include localism in those indicators. So, yeah, colleagues may have different views, and she wants the board's view rather than the Toby Lewis view. But that's the intended vibe I was planning to suggest. So other than recognising the timescale that's tight between now and November, I think I'll pull up there and we'll see what questions is going to take, and the rest of us.
Just with regard to Diane's point, I think we take very seriously people who disagree with like our role as an anchor institution in our communities, and I think the bubble map is pertinent. I think we have to accept we are one of the our actually largest employees, but anything we do which affects the number of posts that we have, the number of opportunities we therefore can offer, is meaningful in our communities, and therefore we will work to minimise that where we can. So I think she can be assured that we understand and accept our responsibility as an employer into our communities who by their very nature are not wealthy ones, and where job opportunities may be difficult to find. It isn't easy in this part of the world, and whilst we have to do what we're doing, we accept the responsibility to those communities to be a serious employer in the region, and I have no problems with that. I trust nobody else has, and we can give that assurance that we take that seriously. Can I kick off by thanking the four of you who are dealing with this work? It has to be done. It will perhaps be our choice in many ways, but there is a purpose that we've discussed before, to balancing books and making sure that we offer services in an effective, efficient way, because the community demands not always, but it demands value funding for this taxation, which is. But we are where we are, and it's no good wishing good fairies to cross our threshold, is it, with a big bag of money, because it's not going to happen. This policy belongs to this board, and I take Jim's point very, very seriously. This is not Toby's policy. This is not Carly June is as a Toby's policy. This policy belongs to all of us as a board. We have to accept that. So it is that collective responsibility as a board that is employing this afternoon. Our policy. And with that, roll to questions, comments. Richard.
Yeah, I've got three questions, if that's all right. Partly to sort of articulate some discussion you were following. So, when I know Izaz is speaking to me, but I suppose looking at the paper, what would we anticipate as being some of the risks around the delivery of this? I'm interested in what the thinking's been around that. Picking up on Carly's point, what does a simple regular comms plan look like that balances not setting hairs running, but not catching people out with the I've only just found out about that, and I know it sounds, but we need to be communicating. What does that comms plan look from today? And then thirdly, and this, I'm going to be really transparent here, I suppose, is how will we start to track if this does or doesn't start to impact on our promises? Because while we desperately won't want that to happen, this will cause a lot of discombobulation in our community services. So it is, in my view, one of the risks which we have to be able to speak to here, and how will we track that? So it's three questions.
Thank you. Do we see if there's any more and things may come up later, but anything else that anybody wants to put onto the table? Dan?
I suppose given some of the scale of the things, I think it's just worthwhile kind of voicing here that he may, well, I think it's quite likely that we'll have to accept, that we have some services where we currently provide kind of gold standard care, but I foresee a situation where we potentially kind of moved to kind of providing good enough safe services, and that we're kind of openly acknowledging that would actually be a change of accepting that's what we're aiming for. Because I think that's some of the push that we get from some questions that they've kind of joined us to provide, great care, that actually potentially might be saying actually what we're aiming for now is safe.
Yes, effectively. I take your point. Yes, sir.
Just following Richard's third point, and it's more just for us to consider depending on the answer. It's in the past when we talked about our strategic delivery, we've said this wasn't something at the time. I think depending on the answer to that, it may be something that we then want to, if we think it is going to have that this, if it comes to, it's not saying that that's the answer is going to come, but I think we should just
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I think my question is, and it alludes to it in the paper, is that we need to what we're not doing anymore, whether that's the standard of care, whether it's a certain backbone function. I think there are still elements within the plan where we could end up, if we're not careful, taking resource out, but not having a good discussion about what needs to stop to work within that resource going forward. It's a bit of a rhetoric that I think we've used a number of times, not necessarily in recent years, where you say, well, we will have less resource, but don't worry, we'll stop doing so. And we don't follow through with that.
Absolutely. If I might do another, that leads me to my question, which is some assurance on executing the plan to the point where savings actually appear. Because I've seen a lot of these plans where quite simply you don't cash out.
Yeah.
So you cause a lot of pain, but your budget is still a problem. And so the execution element of this, which results in the outcomes that we need to make this organisation sustainable, it's that assurance around the financial benefits actually appearing after all of this, which doesn't always happen. Question there.
What is good when the fact that shift is referenced in our discussion about labelling working and digital interventions. We don't see last year or this year or thinking about future yet to really understand preventative and what can be a cost releaser as a result of earlier intervention. So it might be implicit in all of the discussions, but is it time to really explicitly think about how we prevent future costs? Actually, that is absolutely to patient benefit because we've helped and supported people early.
Yeah.
Do we have a first pass at some of the questions?
Yeah.
My memory's getting a bit more.
Yeah. Hold your thoughts there.
So I'll bash some of those and invite other colleagues that have been involved to sort of come in and I suppose not particular order than I think a bit around promise delivery, I suppose, and risk to that. What that comes to mind of that is that this savings figure that we're going for is one of the key components of our finance plan, isn't it? And as part of that finance plan, we have a commitment to spend as well. We spend £3 million, so there's that sort of almost what are the things we invested. I think over the last few years we have invested in a number of different initiatives that are helping from promise delivery. So I suppose it's balancing both those things. That yes, there is a risk around delivery of promises to where we might remove funding, and that we've already looked at that in the round in terms of the money that's going back in again of the £3 million, I think. So I suppose I don't have a complete answer on that, but I think it's making sure that we're always looking at the balance between those two rather than just sort of purely, money out and not necessarily paying attention to the money back in. I think the delivery bit of it, then it leads to your point, Kathy. I think one of my areas when I look at this, I think about the capability or the where some of the work gets done. I think, especially with this sort of project, I think we have got a gap in terms of how we've gone about savings in previous years. We've tried the delegated approach where we've given people a target. We've done a bit. We've done a bit of a central bit this year. But this is quite a wholesale change, really. And I do think about our architecture, if you like, or to be able to deliver some of this. I think we've got people in various different teams, I think, and maybe the structures need looking at is how we bring that together into some form of a PMO type arrangement. So that helps that. So I think there's a danger that we think somebody else is doing it, and then we get to a particular point and we haven't quite delivered where we need to deliver. I think Joe's point, I think, is one that we've grappled with a fair bit. I think on some of the items on around resources that actually don't stop the work, especially the productivity elements within there, where we've scaled that right down, I think, in this version, at least anyway, in terms of numbers, because we need to understand what that actually means rather than just go by, sort of the national sort of numbers that are coming out. I'll give others an opportunity to pop in for any that are.
I think an interesting point to comment is, notwithstanding criticisms of our data flows related to community mental health services that are becoming data paper in all sorts of ways, including many of our promises, let's say Promise 14, or let's say Strategic Objective 2, we do now have data tracking systems. What that means is we ought to be able to observe in near real time the consequences that we're having. That's a militate that mitigate the risk, but it does mean there is an adjustability to our action that we wouldn't have had if we were doing this a year ago. We looked as an executive for the first time in care groups on Monday and Tuesday at quite a detailed scorecard of number of patients that you need to see to get you each month through 4 weeks, for example. I'm not suggesting that you can avoid removing capacity if you're removing money, although I don't expect that this will eat into that supply too much. We need to have a think about the first assessment versus ongoing caseload elements of that. So I think it could have an impact on the promise. I think it's more likely an impact on the promises at the level of morale and management bandwidth, if I'm honest, than the actual can they be done sort of conversation. Richard, you asked a question about risk to delivery. I mean, it's a really good question, and I think there's 3 or 4 things that come first to my mind that I think we should now, without the point, we should build some formalness to this, almost as a project. I think there is a management bandwidth risk to delivery, both in the short term, but also actually in the long term, which is Jude's point about moral injury. I think there's a possible risk to recruitment. Only in the last induction, I had hands go up saying part of the reason I've come to Ardash is we picked up a really sensible approach to the money. I still think it's a sensible approach to the money, but I can see why that might not be how it's heard. And I think there is possibly a dissonance in this, which is a further risk between please develop our directorates versus here's some central schemes, let's do them. Now, it's dissonance rather than contradiction, because we're still essentially saying it's a local level managed service, don't overspend. But I could imagine if I was a directorate level leader, I might be not a bit confused now if I was running it, and now you're taking stuff off me. So I think there are that's somewhere in that risk play for me. I've got 2 other points I want to make on that, Kath. I will at the end come back to execution if it's helpful. So on the preventive point, I don't retire from it. The reason it's not in here is there is almost nothing in the preventive space that would have a turnaround impact in the time that this bit of the plan covers. But I think your point is then, okay, in the following 3 years, what can we do now to get to that point? But that's why it's not in here. Because I don't think it's there. Although there are things we can do that would impact on patient volumes, probably not preventative so much as alternatives, if that makes sense. On comms, my current thought process, and so it probably sits with me and then to be developed with others, is I think we will now relatively regularly have 3 things that we're looking to do. One is that we will seek to do a sort of frequently asked questions piece. That's perhaps more accurately described as myths and rumours. So there'll be all sorts of belief systems that are developed on the back of these conversations. Already happened, haven't they, Colin? I think we need to voice those and respond to them rather than not acknowledge them. I think there is then, which is a slightly different thing, though it may sound similar, have a consistent update every 2 weeks or every month. This is the official what is going on position. And then the third one, that once we've got out of doing the thing we're going to do in terms of anti-racism next week, is I think we need to create a safe space, if that's a word, where people can just come and talk online about it. I was fascinated when we did the thing about the NHS reset in May, the number of people who came. You know, I mean, it's a fairly, yeah, I wasn't expecting that level of participation, to be honest. So it was mildly voyeuristic, but I wasn't. We may get something similar in this place, and I think there's nothing to be lost by doing that. But that's my current thought. The one thing I will want to resist in any comms is let's invent a nice sounding name for this and call it transformation. Having done programs of this nature 3 times, nothing I think is more than trying to pretend it's all good and it's lovely. I don't mean we need to revel in the difficulty, but at the same time, I don't think we need to say it's project this. Let's all be happy about it. My instinct is that isn't going to land credibly. But I'm conscious is there's where do you want us to go?
Yes,
Yeah, you've lost your point, and then I'll go to Sarah.
Yes, so, what can we say about also maybe building on 3 points, I suppose, on your point, Richard, around,
I'm going to get popped off now.
Yeah.
So at least I can turn one off.
Time for me to run out the room.
Yeah, I can feel I'm a bit, I'll take woozy, but I'm definitely a bit.
I can do Richard's.
It's a bit of fresh air was all I was saying. Thanks, Carl. Yeah.
Looking on what is, as I said, around the fact that change does happen. Responding to what Richard has raised, I think there's a few points that isn't just about some people making the change.
Yeah.
I think with that, we have to look at our capacity and capability of problem effectiveness we've done, which will no doubt will be easy, have been easier than this. Because whether it's the people who change, or whether it's the skills that we've got, or whether it's the different places people are managed in, or whether it's the attitude change teams have, there are things we've got to change in order to get these things over line. So I think there is something absolutely good what you say around think about who makes the change and where the results comes from. And it's not just about like capacity and capability, it's also where I think what you're describing is there is a bit of change fatigue in some places, and therefore this is going to layer on top. And potentially, if we don't acknowledge that, and then do it the right way, it could elongate things and potentially harm people. So I think as Toby says, there's a way to think this through, what resources, but also about where there's already people talking and vocalising about being exhausted as well. I think the second thing is around the point that David and Richards made about potential quality reduction and how we need to manage the expectations that are around that. And I think it's a really good point. I think where we've had to make some changes recently, and the paper we discussed earlier around Euro is one example where we've refined the assessment, not out of line with anybody else, but in order to meet a better demand, we've had to reduce the size of the assessment and everything's done in it. And there has been people that have left us, there have been people that said that's not good enough. And we will have to prepare ourselves for what is good enough, what is defensible, and that's going to take time. It doesn't just happen. But I agree with you, and I guess what it does do is it goes with the what is the cumulative impact, because we can't look at these in individual strands, because no doubt having an impact on one service is going to have a domino effect. That's because the interdependencies between our services and that. So I guess that then brings to my third point, which is the importance therefore of QSIA in this. And QSIA isn't to say we are going to challenge any quality reduction. It's not. It's taking a pragmatic review and looking at that safety and efficiency. And we say actually we are going to support quality reduction, but there's a reason for that. And And I think we've got to be able to therefore risk manage within our USIA processes as well. Absolutely very important. Do you want to take Sarah and Lee and Steve? Then we'll come to a decision. That's okay with everybody. Conscious that we could be up this all afternoon, couldn't we? And we do need to make some decisions. So,
Yeah, my question's been answered.
oh, thank you. Thank you,
Julie's
Sarah.
just covered it.
And I'm just connecting to the communications point of view, just to highlight the importance of having leaders brought into this conversation. So the top-down stuff's important, and we need to do the mix and rigorous, but actually people will go to their local and the person they have a relationship with, and so just making sure that people, I'm sure that's part of it, but.
Well, just quickly, so again, there's something here about timing. So we are 2 working days away from completing the work on line managers in the trust. I'm looking across to my people and OD directors. So that's Friday and Monday, in case anybody's not following me. So this is really important stuff. So for the first time, we will have a view of who are the 400 or 500 line managers we have. I think hitherto our comms approach has relied a bit on top down and a bit on working through esteemed colleagues, for example, some of whom are in the room today, who are still at a very senior level. And I think we're going to need to be confident we can reach those 400 people. Because exactly to your point, it's those 400 people that people will actually listen to. So we have, I think, for the first time, got a little tool that might help us to do that. Still mess it up, but we've got a little tool through which to do that.
Thank you. Steve, that's one.
I've got 3 points, 2 are interlinked, and it's around the comms, so it's built on, I think, some of the points that have been made in terms of that disinvestment and reinvestment. So seeing this stop doing something, but then investing in it, and how we articulate that, because that's really important to sustain the future years of Ardash. And then just really thinking about our stance and the right stance that we're taking in Ardash versus other trusts who are not taking this approach and just managing that in terms of that communication. So those are the first. And then the final point, I just think we've celebrated so widely the work that we've done on poverty improving and increasing the national minimum wage. And I think Jude picked up on it on that, we wouldn't seek to disadvantage our lowest paid clinical staff as part of this. And QSIAs is a process that will review those staff. Services.
And the issue about looking across the road and other people aren't following it is a serious one in my head, Steve. So thank you for raising that.
So can I make sort of 3 concluding points if you're at that point, Captain? Okay, so what one is, and it follows from this, I think, very good conversation. The focus in November as a board, in my judgment, needs to be on the workflow change, not the workforce change. I'm making it deliberately binary point, because I don't mean we don't talk about the workforce change, but to Joe's point, we have to be confident we can change the workforce before we can change the workforce. And I think that's a reasonable test to apply. We need, of course, you could say you're going to, it's going to change like this, and then you don't, which is the conversation you and I have at university. But we at least ought to say, if we can't identify the workflow change, we're not going to get there. On execution capability, and I'm sure there's a better phrase to use, we will develop at least a temporary BMO proposition in support of this. I only say that hesitantly because I don't want to create the impression that they will then do all of this is going to be a flowy spreadsheet. But we do need a central and probably multi-professional space to lead this. That's no criticism of previous approaches or individuals, but I'm not sure it's just that team of that team of people. The last thing I'm going to say is it's really important we're clear we cannot rule out redundancies. That is not a backhanded way of saying there will be redundancies, but we cannot and must not rule out redundancies. That would be a very significant error of judgment at this point. So I just need to be clear about that. Well, the outside discuss why I say that in the way I do. It's technically, it's factually true. If we are going to lose 100 to 150 posts, we can't. But B, from a technical point of view, but ruling out redundancies before you start has some quite significant problems. So, much as it might be tempting, not directly responding to Steve's point, I think we need to be clear that we have a neutral stance at this point, but clearly we retain our values.
And on that last point, can I just confirm what Sophie said at this point to rule out redundancies with the flow about it? If we don't, right, commit to some things if they don't. Right. We are noting and discussing progress made, and we have noted the requirement in the long-term financial model to identify 10 million of savings and deliver 7.5 million in year to achieve the financial balance. And I think we have discussed fully the key elements of work needed. Where do we go? What is happening next? That's what I'm not sure of in my.
You mean from a forward point of view?
Yeah, well,
okay.
We're not agreeing this.
No, you're not. So from a board, well, you're not agreeing today.
Yeah.
Clearly, if a minority of people in the board, even if that's one person, was sitting here saying, "I'm never doing that,"
Yeah.
I would hope to have heard.
Yeah.
That's not the same as we're definitely doing. We will do everything possible to be ready in November with something that is approvable to consult. And I suppose we do need to be clear that that's what we would be doing. I think it's possible we may get partway there, either all of some of the schemes or half of all of the schemes. And as the paper, I think, indicates, possibly have to have an additional board meeting somewhere one side or other of December, January to move it forward. That's where we're going.
And consultation will begin in the new year.
So, yeah, statutory consultation for these schemes would be in Q4, as early in Q4 as is feasible and sensible, given the points that are made about road and all the rest of it. And we need to be clear that single consultation means that both managers, and this is back to Richard's points about risk, both managers, the union representatives will have to be available in that period.
Yeah.
And that will require different behaviours by regional trade unions, and it will require us to think about who are those managers and what else are we asking them to do, because they're going to be doing this. So one of the work streams for Carly will be to build almost that crewing team around it for that consultation. That's where we are.
Thank you. Just so you all are very clear about where we are today and what will happen next. In which case, can we reach a note for the report and the timescale that Toby has outlined and back in event. Yeah. Thank you. Not the easiest of issues for board to look at, but thank you for treating it with the seriousness and the value-driven approach that I'm seeing this afternoon. We'll move to the estate plan. Now, did a lot of estate plan, haven't we? We've covered a lot of it in August, and my notes tell me I'm looking forward to putting the roof on the Elizabeth Quarter. I was doing that.
Yeah, we can ask Susan.
I'm looking forward to
Well, it depends on VIP.
In a few weeks' time, it says. I'm hoping it's in my diary.
It's November. I think.
But this paper is a very good thing. Thank you. It does explain a lot of the work to do before February. So can we just sort of look at the bandwidth of work and how much is going to come from between then and now and then?
Yeah, so this focuses on sort of the four key bits of work between now and sort of the end of the financial year to bring an outline business case on the estate plan. So it doesn't rehash the discussion about previously, but sets out the first one, which is around identifying estate options, which is with Toby and his discussions, which he released in the problem around what estate we would potentially look to move into or identify in the future. There's a funding model part of it, which I've started, and we are bringing in an external estates company to come help us sort of firm up those options and bring those back as an options appraisal. We've then got to do some visuals, so I've included some of my attempts in the annex around the current and future potential layouts of the site. We need some support with some proper professionals that's supposed to come and do that work, so a focus over the next few months. And then finally, the work that Joe's leading on with the external company around heat network, the energy centre, those sort of four components really that have been set out in the paper of work that we need to get boxed up between now and March to bring something for a decision. So happy to take any comments and questions on those items.
I don't think this is developing into a very exciting. Any questions to the report?
It's not questions of comment, and I'm not going to this probably the least constructive thing I'm going to say today. It will dawn on everybody else in the room that it is entirely possible that in February we'll be consulting on job changes for, let's just say, 150 people, but at the same time as we are putting up architectural drawings and talking about how we might invest in the building. I'm not going anywhere with that, and I think it may just be light or it may be mitigatable, but you know, it's just worth noting those kind of confluences as we go through.
True, and one of the problems is, of course, that when you're in this place, whilst being sensitive and accepting the work you have to do to balance the books and make the organisation sustainable, that you have to keep going with the other things that in fact add to that sustainability in lots of ways, but they look exciting and
yeah, and the other way around, Kath. I mean, yes, one of his essence more memorable quotes in the time we worked together was from Tuesday, where he encouraged one of our care groups to stop worrying about the orders of crayons that they were preventing. And I don't say that dismissively, but if we can't just stop all the little things and hope it adds up.
Absolutely.
And the behaviour that happens during financial change is everybody tries to do that. They do it for good, lovely reasons, but it's potentially very destructive and unhelpful. So, you know, whether it's your scissors or their crayons, but we'll keep buying them, you know, because it won't work.
Yeah, absolutely. Richard?
Yeah, I accept the crayon comment. I suppose Carleen and I have had lots of conversations with our union colleagues, which as you want, but I suppose they are right. We're very hyper vigilant around any changes that we're making to our senior staffing. So there's been a grading in estates and then looking at, and it's all within the financial envelope. But the point you're making is the lens of this, and we will have people who will be who will be hyper vigilant. But I accept the sustainability, but I get all of that. But people won't get that.
Yeah.
And we will be dealing with a hyper vigilance about, well, hang on, you're taking those posts away and you're making us do this. So we probably are going to tread on many eggshells, not
with you, and I won't bore you again with my more true story that I told. Yeah, we got the job here, but that's why I feel so strongly about it. You know, we mustn't have people who think it will cost £100 to buy that, and it's a safety thing, but I've heard they haven't got any money. But yeah, so the crowns are maybe unhelpful other than this, isn't it? But we mustn't get to a point where people think that small purchases are unaffordable because we'll harm somebody. But yeah, I agree. We need to be vigilant to it because others are.
Yeah.
But then we need to push through it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. So a lot of it in space as well, and sort of moving to the financial plan, CRP, etc. Some of the retained estate funds got some fairly hefty numbers in for cost to repair. So I'm just cross checking with you. You've got those somehow factored in, although it doesn't say sort of near term or far term. That is, but you've got that kind of covered. The review of these properties to keep has obviously gone through some sort of scrutiny, and you know, you're happy with that. You've got the numbers in. Got plans.
Yes, the cost to repair limits were sort of indicative number provided by Shared again at a point in time. Since then, we have carried out capital works, and actually, I think our own assessment of some of those, you know, sort of the viewpoint around the cost to repair probably a little bit different. I think on some of those, particularly on Soloness Court, we've invested quite a bit in the last few years in terms of wall refurbishments and whatnot. So
this is a moment in time.
Yes, yes, this is about it's about 18 months ago, I think, when Shared Agenda initially started this work with us. So yeah, we've had subsequent capital schemes around Soloness Court part of it, where we've refurbished wall and whatnot. So that's probably the biggest one I think in there.
Okay.
But the hypothesis is that if we went ahead with the estate schemes, we're now in 2028. From 2028 to let's say 2035, A, we would then need to spend a lot less capital to be demonstrated, and B, what capital we did have, we would largely give to Rich. on the OT side. It has to be the case that if we do the estate investment, we can demonstrate we don't carry on investing in an estate, which is, I think, your challenge, you're quite right.
I'm just saying they're not insignificant numbers, and today we've talked about state strategy and what we might get rid of, but equally what we might need to replace. Is it cost effective to
Yeah,
replace?
looking at a different way.
And also you need to plan, plans got those.
Yeah, exactly. Look at it.
So that's fine.
If you think about our, the bits that aren't in the retained element of this, the 6 facet survey cost of those is upwards of £20 million. So I suppose
That'd be buying it.
so is that between the, relatively small in comparison numbers of the ones who are retaining, I suppose that's the balance, which I suppose we haven't included 6 facet survey in here, but I suppose any future outline business case would have those figures in there as well. So we avoid the cost of that by investing in new business.
There's a truth that you cannot deliver cost effective, efficient, productivity rising type services out of ill equipped, old, falling down buildings. You can't, you just can't.
But that does mean that the remote working work stream has to deliver in time.
Yes. Yeah.
So we might have 5 work streams, I suppose. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I appreciate it's slightly out of scope of the paper, but yeah, we have to have the remote work stream. At least land this hypothesis in time.
Yeah. Sure. No, I want to take a decision.
I'm not sure if I want to frame this very clearly, but I just wondered, in terms of the balance between the sort of different sites within the context of limited monies, is there any sort of priority or preference that you could see to develop a particular road in the completion of Walls, Lincolnshire, but Rotherham still being in the state it is?
Yeah.
Or is there a way by which we need to almost level up and choose something across the way?
Yeah, I think we've set out, at least the working at the minute is setting out what the cost of all those different bits would be. And there then comes a point where you look at the staging of that, don't you, sort of say, actually, what is the right mix of this? Because there's a version of that where you start some enabling works on one site and do something which is quite obvious, say at Swallow Nest, for example, or Woodlands. So I think we're probably going to work through that in a bit of detail. But at the minute, it's very much gathering the cost and can we afford it over 3 years and what's the gap? And then there comes a staging bit where you make sure that you're probably levelling up, I would say, as you go along rather than doing everything on one side. Because if you've done something in Scunthorpe and North Lincolnshire, that's a complete estate. We start to do everything in Doncaster. Problems of correlation, then, isn't it? In that setup.
Yeah.
I'm sure within that programme, especially the sort of work that we're talking about at Swallow Nest Corp, you could do some mix of that where it's not all on the thing.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Bill. Can we note the areas of work outlined in the paper that need to be progressed over H2, as we call the second half of the year? It's an age of that. That's okay. It was a railway line. To bring an outline case before the board in Q4. So we're talking sort of February board.
Well, it isn't very well. It'll be March.
It'll be March, won't it be January?
Yeah, I'll play my son. Part of what we're waiting for. So there's the elapsed time to put up. There's the confidence we talked about. There's the bandwidth we talked about. There is also still the hope that the PFI or daughter of PF2 stuff becomes clear, which would help us, because we need to remember we have got 38 million quid no one allowed to spend. We could literally agree everything that's in this paper now and get on with it. So we're just hoping that the sort of seagull riddle gets unriddled, if that makes sense. Well, I've got the foot managed. I think the answer, can we do things without doing more than first is no. I think it's really unambiguously no. And that's nothing to do with Swallow Nest Court or Woodlands, it's to do with the other buildings, which are suboptimal. And where we've constantly run into difficulties in clinical space availability. I won't run through all the buildings, but I think if asked, the answer is could we get on with it without bothering, but a helpful question. I think it has to be no. Clearly the board may in due course take a different view, but I think it's really unambiguous. Okay. TICO has to wait for Rotherham to be clear.
Okay. Thank you. Can we, as you said, just note the areas of work outlined and expect a report back on that? Thank you. Item 26, is a further update on community mental health services for adults. Yeah.
Toby? Asterisk if you want to share, so maybe over years. The third recommendation in this paper is the most important one, so I'm going to read it out. Discuss the level of current insight among board members and how we can develop a shared knowledge base through which to support teams with improvement work in the year ahead, obviously relevant to this paper. Yeah, what I'm getting at is that inpatient services are relatively easy to conceptualise. I can go and stand in the middle of them. I sort of imagine I know what's going on. That is far less true, clearly, to different degrees around this table than the services discussed in this paper. And I do think, whether it's this afternoon or whether it's in our development session in October, we owe it to our staff to have quite a structured discussion about that subject. If that's okay, and I will be very open that there are teams within some of these services that I would struggle to get past the first sentence of explaining. And I doubt I'm the only one. So that's the first point. I think what we're trying to describe here is a series of areas. There are some that are what one might call good work, particularly section 2. There are some that one would describe as good improvement work, section 3. But you'll see that we're largely rating ourselves in the middle. We would all recognise the need to improve based on the review into the specific patient's care that's outlined. I don't think there is a good practice that are in the independent review, and there are a number, but it certainly doesn't make entirely encouraging reading in terms of some of our baseline capabilities. And then, as we discussed last time, there are a series of issues that arise from getting into the care planning and dialogue space. Whilst we're now blessed with some very small numbers in terms of folk who meet the CPA threshold, there are some very large numbers in terms of people who do not meet the CPA threshold, given CSAs from different. So I think the reason this paper is together is that rather than approaching each of those issues in sort of splendid isolation and then the plan B paper that we've talked about, we are anticipating approaching them as a sort of common purpose. And as it says at para 8.4, we'll return to the board in January to outline the approach that we intend to take. We may get there a little bit sooner. So I think what I'm wanting from the board is the opportunity for people to explore their reactions to the paper, to anything that's not in there that they think might be relevant, and any clarifications we go on that journey of mutual understanding from things that are in the paper. It's not all bad, it's not all good, but being blunt, it could be a lot better, or that we want it to be a lot better. And we need to look at that honestly, and it is no coincidence at all that this appears on today's agenda, given the discussion that we've had earlier in the meeting. It would be dishonourable, I think, to bring it in a different way. So over to you guys.
Questions on the report, Dave?
Well, it was just the question. It was to Tony's point. Do you know what you're talking about as a non-executive?
Yeah.
I hands up, would love further education. And when I've done this kind of thing out with this board, and just having that narrative of this is the landscape of what we're dealing with, and to enable you to really understand. And you talked about our overlapping and linked services, and it was Nicola who talked about again the linkages between our services, but really a bit back to basics from GP onwards. I'd love to see that kind of mapped out so we really understand. So we talk about preventativeness.
Sure.
Yeah, where does that kind of play into this space? How does that? So if we were going to get into serious conversation about it, I for one wouldn't really understand it.
Right. Take your mind sense. So I think what I'm hearing from you really out is not so much not just what does that team do, but how do these fit together, or if they don't fit together, explain to me why they don't fit together.
Yeah, when you do these things, some degree of overlap or
understood. Helpful.
Yeah, Richard.
Yeah, I really welcome this paper, and I think that it has to be seen with what we just talked about. So I can, and I'm sort of intrigued in Dermot's comment about gold services. So my sense of what you might receive as a patient clinically is all right, actually. However, the infrastructure in terms of our data, in terms of our processes and so on, all sorts of things, is not good in our community services. I think it's so, you know, I've got my colleague, you know, Victoria came from sort of acute services. I've had to come in to try to make sense of the community services. It doesn't make sense very often. You know, she's sort of been indoctrinated in that now, but then trying to work through the pathways for the urgent, for the waiting list is still, we're still unearthing the secondary care ones. So if I thought we were making all these changes in a flat, in an environment that was clear and data led, and that, it's not. So it's the old classic. We're trying to find the plane, improve the plane, then we're going to take money out of it. It's quite a tricky space, I think.
Yeah.
And then my final point is, do you remember when we had colleagues here from community services who really talked about going home, feeling the burden of risk?
Yeah.
Now we are going to be we are asking more risk to go into the community. So I just want to sort of, you know, I'm not trying to be sort of bleak, but I'm really trying to convey the conundrum and the challenges in our community space, which we don't spend much time on here.
Yes.
We talk a lot about urgent, we talk a lot about crisis, we talk about all of the exciting stuff, but really understanding our community services, as Toby said, is absolutely a gap here. It will be really, really clear.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with all of that, and I think probably as a non-executive, we're never going to have a true understanding of this, but I think that's absolutely fine. And I think if we understand the complexity of it, we understand what we're trying to do, why things are difficult, why they're not. You know, if we understand that sort of thing, I think that'd be enough then for us to be informed, to be able to think to make judgments and to ask relevant questions about this space. I think it can be the one that we're probably most vulnerable in. If it's a board, if you don't understand this, but I don't think it's a case of understanding everything. It's about understanding what we need to know and why.
Yeah.
And to be comfortable about bits that we may not know about, but we know if we understand their context, it means that they're there.
Just taking the juxtaposition of the last two comments, and I think there are areas of healthcare where, as a non-clinician or as a non, I don't understand them, but somebody else does. Yeah. I think what Richard's trying to describe now, but is I'm not. Yes, we can build a better understanding of what's there, but some of what's there makes less sense than it might. And we've got a job of work to do to make it make more sense. I think that's the indoctrination point that you're hearing. So yes, we need to know more, but actually some of it is hard to understand because it maybe isn't intelligible. You know, I sit with teams and I talk about, as well as you recognise it, what would be the best fit place for this patient who's been referred to go. And teams will sometimes say to me, "Oh, we made that judgment," and I say, "Go on, show me the data," and they don't. That isn't what we've asked them to do. We've asked them to say, "Do you fit into this team? If not, send back." So we've got work to do to make more intuitive some of those pathways, both for patients and for general practice. Okay.
So I welcome all this, and I think more we can know.
Yeah, go on, Richard.
No. And to add to that point, I think probably maybe in a community space, we are also touching a lot more, I think, on authority, primary care, third sector, because, you know, what's up there, bit, our bit, you know, all of that, I think added complexity into the community space as well.
But we should also recognise that, and Chief did correct me if I'm sort of wrong about this, but the whole point of the dialogue conversation is it is also an inquiry by us into what it is we are actually doing with the patients. And so, you know, one of the reasons that the non-CPA patients who haven't necessarily got a plan might not be as alarming as the notion of 2,800 people implies, is it may well be that we need to be a little bit clear on what value we put out. You know, and that should still be documented, but maybe we're retaining people in services where it's a little unclear what value we're adding.
Well, I think, sorry, presumably the neighbourhood working pilots and that shift in working. I would try and understand something that is naturally moving. I'm going to get how our heads round our community services and then find that they are impacted by a new thing called neighbourhood hubs and where.
Yeah.
But then, and on a specific, we seem to have yet another problem in Humber and North Yorkshire around assertive outreach. Which is sort of maybe getting worried about Humber and North Yorkshire.
Yes, let me deal with the second one because it's a more straightforward question than the first one. So, it is the case that commissioning patterns are very different. Positively, it is probably the case that North Lincolnshire has retained some more generalist services that might be relevant to the first part of the question. But there are whole uncommissioned gaps in the world of HNY. And if you remember on AOS, we had maybe hoped that we could sort of, cobble the sort of service together on the back of the community rehab development that we heard about, and I think that will give us more resilience. So I think from an immediate patient safety point of view, that's helpful. But you know, if you do have on the back of Nottingham a national narrative about assertive outreach, it is peculiar if one of my geographies is allowed not to then have.
Absolutely.
So that is something we will be very explicit about. Your point about neighbourhood working, there's three observations I would make. So the first one is, having sat yesterday through the Rotherham workshop, and I'm hosting the Doncaster one tomorrow, I think we need to recognise it's quite likely that the neighbourhood working pilots will be quite narrow and deep in their first conceptualisation because they will focus on particular cohorts of patients. And they are unlikely to be cohorts of patients that fall under our community mental health services, which is the purpose of the So your first, the question was, is there a moving thing we're trying to hit? I think there isn't in theory. I suppose the second point in terms of neighbourhood work is we are trying to build a neighbourhood working model as opposed to an integrated neighbourhood team model. I think that is where they flow together, and we have got some work to do to do exactly that. And then finally, I think I would be more comfortable with us co-constructing with our partners in neighbourhoods if we'd been explicit about the resource that can be on the table. Part of my nervousness, if we hadn't had the previous paper, is that we build something and in about next spring we take it away. So I think we need to be quite upfront about what is available. It sounds.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I've moved out of South End, but it tops as well. So, what I'm thinking to the discussions that we've had, you know, over a long period, really, to do what we need to do, and safely and practically in terms of services, identify savings, etc. We're working with no fixed model, no one version of how it happens. Like say, the funding disparities and models are all different. And so we're working in a very dynamic space where obviously our commissioners that are making decisions as illustrated. So I think it's to try and get those basics down and try and get one kind of view of that's how things can operate, you know, effectively, safely and cost effectively. So I think the task is bigger because those things that underlying or don't seem to be there. Nobody's got probably one version of how it is or how it should happen in any place or certainly across our patch. So I think the task is probably even harder because if you've got that kind of baseline or some concept of how you want to be.
So I think that's very helpful. One of the I think, you know, one of the learning points of our organisation over the last couple of years is that quite a lot of change we're trying to do is quite hard, isn't it? But it's made harder because often we haven't actually got the current state entirely clear. We try to reorganise things where we know what we're reorganising to, but we don't know what we're reorganising for.
Yeah.
And I think, part of the task here is to do that and just reflection, your point, Dave's point, it may well be that whether it's through Jude's ability to create visuals or through other media, we need to have a think about how we can try and make the current visible and intelligible, to ourselves as well as to anybody else. We won't, I think, end up with one consistent arrangement. I think we can narrow the difference. But I think we're talking about holding risk and we're talking about clinical continuity. We will end up with difference. And that's probably okay. It's maybe a little bit less variation than we've got at the moment.
And build on what those respectfully disagree with what you're saying.
I can't be company actually to disagree with some markers.
Clinicians do know what to do. And I manage to know what they're doing within the context in which they work. But the context in which they work has some elasticity and it's a dynamically changing environment as the research is informed and also not being as politically correct, but also as well a 10-year plan that's replaced in 2 years' time with another 10-year plan. So it's not to say no. I think we're doing the best we can with the resource we've got on the evidence we've got. That's not to say that we couldn't change, and also that there isn't some flexibility because the nature of the services we provide, particularly on the club and learning disability services, differently in terms of some offers and health services. So, for example, there's a different set of protocol with variation that you would do with a hip replace, but there would be things that might go wrong. There is evidence-based interventions in some of that club, but as the lady talked about right at the beginning of the meeting said, that the things in terms of psychosis and the way that people are tracked, they're changing so much. And so I think we'll always be out of date when we deliver something. That's not to say we can't become more in date, but I suppose what I didn't want is for a matter of the record, because I felt what you were saying a bit is that some of our people don't know what they're doing, and I really don't believe that's true.
No, I know what's happening.
So maybe it's just my interpretation, and because I'm a bit warm.
Well, you don't do it on stage.
We're the same.
Yes, it's somebody.
Yeah, Steve did this.
It's a little bit late and we've been beautifully on time or before time all day and now you're not.
It's just in the scope, Tony, you didn't have talking therapies in there.
That's true.
And I was just thinking
That's a very challenge. No, that's a very fair challenge. Right. That's a very fair challenge.
I think it's in the mix.
I think it's in the mix. I would agree with that. Yeah. As are probably one or two other things that are not listed there. I think that's very fair.
So we are going to note the update on thinking regarding improvements to patients, which I was in. Recognise the synergy between this work and our wider neighbourhood working agenda. And we have discussed the level of current insight amongst board members, and we take on board Dave's point, and perhaps we have a bit of work to do.
Yeah, let's think about October and what we might be able to do. And not as a sticking plaster, but I think it's probably that urgent.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we agree that? We then move to our routine reports, beginning with the IQPR and over to, well, it says TL, but there's
You insist it has to. I think you insist it says TL.
Key matters, Richard, please.
Yeah, I think just to pick up early discussions as well, this does go through CLE, it goes through all the committees. At each of the committees, I tend to sort of suggest that focus on the area that applies. So in pod, it's the people stuff, and quality, it's the quality stuff. Quality one drifts a bit more than the others, just as a comment, I suppose.
It's like it's looking at it.
No, I'm just saying.
The indicators won't be on them. We'll change the indicators. It's not you, it's the.
We need the quality, the metrics. Anyway, so looking at this month, so I suppose I think overall, in terms of our performance domain, we're holding a strong position, children's access, etc. We've talked about 136. I think introducing that measure has really made us significantly improve on the 24-hour breaches, i.e. over than 24 hours. Went up a bit, but that's helpful. And our ITT, since we reviewed it, has been consistently strong both in physical and mental. So that was good news. In talking therapies, I suppose the point just to pick out is I would like to know the 12% increase in that access target. You know, nationally, we're probably slightly back in the trend because we really opened up our access. So, for example, we're looking at 1,000 people from the older adult community or under 16s. But with that opening up the access means that in terms of our reliable recovery and our reliable improvement, we haven't got so much improvement to make. But but we want to improve access. We want more people using it. So we're going to have to accept that it might impact a little bit on our reliable recovery and improvement. But we're seeing people changes are being made. That's good. Length of stay. So that's a new metric. So I do add a note of caution on this because you can measure length of stay so many different ways. I wanted to measure length of stay of the mean average of people on the ward at the time. It was 100 and whatever it was here. However, today it's 65. Because if two people who've been in a very long stay leave, suddenly you look like you've had a miraculous change in your length of stay.
Yeah.
So I just add a bit of caution about not getting hairs running. We all acknowledge our length of stay has improved. Got no big. I did add a metric in, which I actually think is more interesting, that the percentage of people over 32 days, because 32 days is, we need to hit 32 days or below to achieve our demand and 92. The fact that 48% of the patients are still over 32 days tells us that we've still got too many people staying too long. So of the two, that's quite a helpful metric as well to add to the length of stay. Yeah, but we do need to be talking about length of stay here. There's no doubt about that and what we're doing to try and improve it. And Jude and Dermot did a huge amount of work with the 15-day escalation at the moment and getting some traction on that. And then there's a mention of the 2-hour community access. I think we've fixed the technical problems. We're just testing that now to check. So internally we are over the 70. Externally, the MHSDS, as it's called, is not pulling it right. I think we've fixed that. So we're probably going to have a month of tracking that, and then hopefully we'll be addressing that metric. Yeah. I think we talked a bit about, and Steve, deep dive this. Obviously, again, we've seen where our literature risks go up and then suddenly stop. As it says here, it's often 1 or 2 patients who are self-harming repeatedly, or that's not to say we don't want to mitigate them, but they will have had risk assessment. But it happens, I think. And as we said, there was a deep dive on that. PDR has improved, so that's helpful. But sickness is obviously, we've talked a lot about that today. I think that's probably a metric that we will want to continue to really look at here as we try to, the conversation we just had about long, short-term sickness and things like that. So again, I think that's an important metric. And Rotherham is that 9%, which is quite high at a care group level. So I think we're obviously leaning in quite heavily with them at the moment. And then we've got the sort of finance position, but I feel like we've talked about it. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions to the IQPR? We receive it. I think we're in the last place. Thank you, Richard, for that update, and we'll note and receive the IQPR. Thank you.
I just want to draw out, Kat, that whilst we might not talk that much about RTT, it is pretty much the only one of our measures that ever features in the regional chat, and we're hitting it, and we've been hitting it consistently for the whole of this year. So I just want to draw that to people's attention.
It's hitting national stuff, isn't it? Everywhere we go.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's where we go.
Thank you. The health inequalities review of IQPR. briefly?
Yeah, sure. You received a report similar to this in July based on 24-25 data. This report is now based on 25-26 data year to date. The conclusions are not significantly different to those that were for 24-25. So those are that we need to do some work on data completeness in terms of ethnicity data for a lot of our patients. We're looking at how we do that with primary care colleagues. There are certain communities and groups of people with protected characteristics that are either under or over-represented in some of our services, some of which are positive and some are not, because they don't fully reflect our population. We are commissioning a piece of work, have some review of what the national picture is for some of these areas so that we've got something to do some comparison against. That won't necessarily give us a view that everyone else does this or everyone else has this community underrepresented, so it's okay that we do, but it does give us a little bit of a feeling of how we stack up against other people. The purpose of this is not necessarily just to report forward, although that is a national requirement now. It is to ask questions and use as a can opener to say, why are certain communities not coming through to our services? Why are we providing more restrictive services to some particular patient groups? And is that defendable? And where we are underrepresenting, is that because people don't feel that our services are culturally appropriate, and therefore what we need to improve that? But just to provide support today, and then we bring further updates moving forward.
Thank you. Any questions to you at this point? I'm assuming, oh, sorry, Lee.
Well, just the question in terms of when we're looking at some of those issues of over and underrepresentation, whether that would just be on our dashboard view or a system point of view.
This is just our dash data, but it's compared to our population data in our three.
Yes, Steve.
I think it's important to reflect that since we changed our interpretive provider, we've seen a significant increase in requests for languages. So our top 5 are Polish, Slovak, Farsi, Romanian, and Kurdish.
Okay. That's interesting.
That is,
It's really positive.
it is massively positive, isn't it? Bring it in.
Yeah,
Really
it's a good thing to
well
bring in.
done.
So no further questions. We agree to. Sorry?
Firstly, mentioned it
Sorry.
earlier as the question. Well, how do we make this matter?
Yeah.
So, for example, if you do have over-representation of ethnic minority groups, so, is that just a statistical blip, because these things can be within statistical norm, or it's a result of bias in some way, shape, or form the way that we make decisions?
Yeah.
And to leave it hanging as we don't quite know, or
Yeah, so, sorry, that's just giving more clarity on that. This information is taken through our sustainability deal that we could do, our equity and inclusion group.
Yeah.
And we have discussions about what action do we need to take in response to what the analysis is telling us. Some of it already fits with work we're doing under Promise A with the R-5, where we are trying to see, we're trying to cause an increase in referrals from particular communities into our services. For example, increase older adults coming into talking therapy, increase people from an Asian background into our dementia diagnosis services because they are underrepresented. And we know that national research says that those communities feel excluded and are not being served appropriately. So the work that we're doing is to better understand with communities, what is it that's stopping them coming forward and us taking action to remedy that. That can be about cultural appropriateness in the service. It can be about stigma within that community. But until we've worked through that, we could just have a bit of an idea ourselves and assume it's X and Y, but we need to work with communities to get underneath that to effect the right change.
on just quickly.
I just wanted to focus on the only piece of work that we do on IQ around our demographics, and of course, Jeremy and June talked about, and also around the mental health committee and some of the inequalities that we see from that. But I think also important to remind us as well that in policy, we look at the demographics and the harm that's caused from low to mental health. So there are all other streams that I think this is a really important piece of work, but this is a really good stop tape in terms of IQ health.
Thank you, Sue, that's very good, thank you. Can we agree to, know the report and indeed the comparisons therein? Yeah, thank you. Very much to the strategic delivery risks. The answers coming in the back.
Here for the board to maintain its oversight of those risks that it decided were for the ones that potentially have the greatest risk of distracting from delivering on strategy. They have been through either FDE or QC or FITRA in the last 2 years since the board last saw it, and subject to a new report through officially friends of SDR on a couple of occasions with my executive colleagues, which has proved certainly from my perspective. Very good to have friends still. The only way I can find them. I think we're making continued progress on the mitigation on each of those. We did talk and have the last couple of meetings around the idea that we should review and make sure they contribute feasibility the risk. Hence, I think Richard covered the report earlier was very useful in terms of one aspect of that. I do think, if I understand correctly, the 10-year plan has arrived, but we are expecting further things to emerge to the guiding us through. I think it would probably be best to wait for those to make any formal changes or considerations for the risks. Albeit the 10-year plan does feature, I think, within at least 2 of the risks, the latest update around the working with primary care and how the work that's going to be put forward would largely be expected to help us in this. So I think there is a note in there also at least introducing the concept it may end up, but hopefully largely positively helps us, and also with the neighbourhood working, some of the work around SDR4 and the 7 working, again, that was useful to support on there. Well, I think it's useful that we talked about some of these topics during the meeting, and not least on the last item in particular, the data related strategic delivery risk. I think Dave summed up earlier on when he was talking about we've got the data, it's available to us, we now need to make it work and understand it, which I think is the latter point as well, about making sure that ourselves and our leaders are in a position to understand it to make a difference because we can see that change. The final point I just wanted to highlight from the board's perspective was essentially when we set up this, I think all the risks were scored at an impact of 4 likelihood 3 with an intention of reducing all by 1 point on the likelihood by a point in time. In our considerations, whilst largely March 26, there were a couple at least, number 3 relating to the work with our primary care colleagues. So we lead on that, would expect that probably it would take until July to maybe see a little bit further progress on that. And with Richard C on number 4 and the 7-day working and the work that we need to do whilst we're making progress sort of incrementally in new services and some of the small services, some bigger changes, there's probably bigger risk ahead. So his intent or his expectation may be that it will be nearer September next year before we start to make that step change in the score of the risk. Continue to bring this back to the board, so I'm excited to bring it through to committees and happy to take any questions or.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone any comments on the contents of the report, or do you continue to monitor the relevance and seriousness? Seriously,
It's with my comment, it's the shift to 2 Marches, 2 Julys and September seems to me absolutely fine. It's what we said we were going to look at when we met with friends of Phil or list here. But I suppose we now need to increasingly zero in on executing against those dates. Recognising these are the hardest things, so we may well not. But I suppose it's a shift from reporting to moving. That's what our group will now try and move towards.
Yeah, no, it's really positive. We agree to receive and note the report. Thank you. The operational risk report is after us. So may I ask if there are any questions on Dave?
It says very helpfully, thank you, Bill, that these are, family matters are escalated to board. It says for board oversight. Could you explain to me what the job card is? What oversight means?
I don't think there's not a doing per se. I think the idea of the appetite of those that are outside tolerance has been also reported. Obviously, the risk management group where that provides probably the greatest direct scrutiny challenge support for the risk owner in terms of management. CLE we've received that as well. The board need to be cited in that oversight. I think it's probably not an intentional word of
board visibility.
Yes, I think you need to be aware of what those risks are. But we're conscious of the fact that risk management group will continue to on a monthly basis provide that which must be to work with things.
I won't ask all the other questions.
Yes.
So my question, yeah, I'm beginning to really like it. And I wasn't going to say where I started, but I'm beginning to really like it. And now it's down to the list I really understand. So, I suppose I think I had a question and a comment. So my comment, I suppose, is I think it would be helpful maybe for future reporting for 17 to indicate maybe roughly when we think we might get them inside the tolerance. You know, even if it's by a quarter, or I mean, it's not. I don't really ridiculously precise because I'm slightly unclear whether I'm hearing we can't get them inside the tolerance. Here you are, which is fine, or we're outside tolerance now. So that's fine. And then my specific job, I haven't even noticed something. I'm more than happy to see outside the room. Our risk 3844 and the one I've scribbled over that's underneath it, so I can't read the number. All of which are related to our friends in meds. There you go. I would really ask the risk management committee to have a really good look at, if it could. I have a fairly good look at them in delivery reviews, but I would really ask that those are looked at. And I'm asking that not because I've got some animus about the pharmacy department, but because they're each really moderately serious things, and we either have a pending solution or we are being asked to tolerate them. Now, in respect of things like literally describing, it may be we have to tolerate them, but in respect perhaps of the other two, I'm slightly less clear that I'd be willing to do that. So if we could maybe have a consideration of that with our MP, that'd be really helpful. Thanks.
I'll leave that with you. Sorry, Stephanie.
Could I just clarify then, asked about this bit earlier, but some of these, and perhaps it's to what Toby's sort of alluded to, but it's highlighted some of those. I wondered whether they were framed in the description of some of these, not as risks, but as issues. Because it might say due to the absence of a medic or due to insufficient capacity, and then others are often framed as how's it normally framed in the event of the normal way to phrase a risk. So a number of these I wasn't quite sure if they were risks or issues.
I mean, another one, which is I think perhaps an afternoon conversation with Phil about the actual phrasing of, because they're taking part in type.
Yeah.
But I
If
think
issues that Toby's illustrated, that might seem.
No, I wasn't there in risk.
Toby's wanting, no, okay.
Sorry. I still think they're risks.
Yeah.
But it's always helpful to, we are trying to get people out of issue. Well, so it's always helpful, Joe.
As chair of audit, had a chat with Phil about the actual phrasing of it. Thank you. With that, can we receive and note the operational risk report? Thank you. The promises.
I've got like 14 minutes for this.
It's another asterisk paper. This is very good.
I know, but I can still some off at the end.
Chairmanship here. The questions on the promises and priorities scorecard paper. on some for 40 minutes.
I'm on a soccer court for 15 minutes material.
Toby,
What would you like us to ask you?
No, you don't, no. So I get to do my summary and then my last word as well. Maybe in one.
All wrapped up in
No, we didn't in one. So I draw your attention to the intention to move to a league table for November, which is very deliberate. It's not meant to be. It's that having done this now for the best part of a year, one of my reflections when I sat last weekend to go back for a bit was that there are sub-metrics that are not getting our attention. And I think the way that will be best dealt with is almost to separate them out, if you see what I mean. Because what will necessarily happen, if we just use Carlene's example, is the apprentice levy will go really near the top of the league table, and the 4 or 5 pillars will go really near the bottom, of possibly at the bottom of the league table, and suddenly we'll focus on both. Whereas I think, with the exception of Carlene's diligence, there's a risk that our focus on Promise 9 is sort of a blend of the two. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
So that's really the point of the league table. But the other point of the league table is to hear the feedback, because for whatever interesting but not so intentional reason, this scorecard ended up getting shared within LDO groups who sort of said, well, we've never seen it, which is of course true because it wasn't designed for that purpose. But I'm intending therefore to issue the league table by the beginning of November, such that the next report in November has gone through quite a lot more eyes and hands, if that makes sense. So I know that's a really boring kind of techie way of summarising the paper, but I think hopefully it's going to animate. And I have given up predicting the precise day in October that we will hit Promise 3, and it's take years off me, and that's probably a good thing. So we will get to that point in October, and
we will
give
celebrate
that celebration
Yeah.
at that point.
Thank you. Dave.
So I, as ever, really like the Promises report because it's really transparent. There are 2 that are greens all over, which is wonderful to see. So volunteers and
I believe.
Sorry,
I believe.
yeah, and Promise 4. And then I go back to when we agreed to measures. Some of those were all in the first instance. These are the things that we will shoot at to really get the ball rolling, rather than being the end and the end. So I think not to decry. So we have done. The teams have done what we set out to do. For some of those promises, like real living wages, then effectively done. It's kind of ongoing tracking it up. Yeah. For those 2 in particular, I think it's to pause the breath and go, well, how do volunteers really get in?
Yeah.
And be heard in the organisation? Yeah. How do they really feel? There's a bit more to do in that space. And the patient feedback is really at the heart, because it really, the language was brilliant to shape services around individuals' diverse needs. You know, so when we really learn individuals, and where do we take it next?
Which is then Richard's point from the PCA paper earlier.
Yeah. And that's, but please don't take that as a,
No.
yeah, not diminution of people's success in their efforts in getting to where we've got it. Say, what can we now do?
Yeah. And that's really helpful. Reflect on how we deal with that. So I think as we get towards the end of the year, there's something about where we're succeeding. What is the pattern of sustainability? And the pattern of sustainability might be more of the same, or it might be the sustainability is best achieved by continuing to slightly adjust. Am I making sense? Obviously, on the specific volunteers point, your committee will have in November the proposal about the evaluation. And I'm sure as we go through Promise 4, we get into the 2000s for care opinion, or we will fairly soon. We need to have that same conversation as well as looking at who's being excluded by that process, which we have done. Yeah, very fair challenge.
Thank you. In which case we will note and receive the priorities and promises and priorities welcome.
Notice how I've got much more enthusiastic with that league tables now, Crystal Palace.
Bookings and Rovers are just won the league.
Exactly. Exactly. What have I got? What we're a winning team. Come on.
Could I take the mortality report just to receive and note it is circulated for information that has previously been presented to the relevant committee? Can we do that? Thank you. I have no urgent business that has been notified to me. Is there anything from today's discussion that anyone wishes to add to the risk report? Yeah,
So could we just go and check how racism is reflected in our, you know, the challenge about racial instances earlier. I just wonder whether, I'm just thinking to myself, is it in there?
Yeah.
You know, we talk about it a lot, but is it in that space? If we just ask for that to be just thought through. I don't think we need a risk around racism. I just think
No,
could colleagues just have a think about taking the 310 risks? Is it reflected at all, or is it absent?
yeah, thank you. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think we talked quite a bit about potential risks and analysis of risks around the emerging savings plan.
Yeah.
So it's probably a bit early to actually go to our review. I think we should know that we need to build that along the.
Yeah.
I was in that place myself, and particularly, I think a risk around communications, we get in, I don't know how we phrase that, but the risk about how I, I think, anything else that anybody thinks is giving to go on the risk spreadsheet? I think we're okay. We'll go to public questions, Phil?
So as Toby alluded to, we did have one that sent in and he asked and responded to that from Downburn. On behalf of Glenn, hopefully I get this right, we're talking earlier about the neuro services and seeking diagnosis and assessments and the ability for people or the right to choose alternative providers. Firstly, I guess Glenn's point was around money is therefore going outside the NHS. So obviously that's the statement. But his concerns related to the fact that if you go elsewhere and then have returned seeking treatment, sometimes you've been told that the provider you've been to is not accredited.
Yeah.
Is there a way by which we can ensure that if people do go to alternative providers, that they're going to those that are accredited and will be responding?
It's a really helpful and important question. It's also a national question.
Yeah.
Because people look on something that's pretty much called the National Right to Choose list, delivered to you by the NHS, and they make a reasonable interpretation that the NHS has quality assured and validated those supplies, and that is essentially not true. What I think is, well, if what we have agreed with South Yorkshire as an ICB proceeds to their board, and this is laid out a little bit in section 2 of the yellow paper, then the only suppliers who will be accessible to a South Yorkshire resident would have had to meet certain quality standards. So that would change the first of your positions. And secondly, all suppliers, including this trust, would have to create 2 separate waiting lists, waiting for diagnosis and waiting for support or treatment. And that would deal with the other right to choose issue, which is that some suppliers only provide diagnosis, and then people are kind of working out how to get a service for treatment support. So obviously I'm setting a lot of store by if we can get this through the ICB for next year, and I will advise the board in November if for some reason the ICB either declines or delays that position. In the next 5 months, I haven't got an intervening mitigation that I can apply, but that's the answer from the 1st of April.
Can I just respond?
Yeah.
But can we ask when people come into us, I mean, it must be all through schools and through doctors, through ICB. I'm very confused. I don't know where to turn with it. And then they're coming to us and saying, where do I go? And I haven't got an answer. So right now, I just need an answer to send people to get a legitimate answer. Even if it's not an answer, that's an answer.
Okay.
But the point is about not setting people up to fail.
Okay.
But right now, it's causing a lot of confusion. So I just need some clarity on what to say to people.
Can we work with you outside the room to get a version of the interim answer? No, it's not quite good. Between you and I, we'll work outside the room to get the interim answer, Glenn, that is available to you guys as peer support workers, and then we'll see the forward direction as well. So,
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. We have no further questions. So can I now resolve that because publicity will be prejudicial to the public interest by reason of the confidential nature of the business to be transacted, the public and press are excluded from the remainder of the meeting, which will conclude in private.
And we got a 5-minute break.
5-minute break, by all means.